dream nightmare.
Hello, Miss Sugner.
Hi, how are you all?
Hi, Julia.
Hi, how's it going?
I think it's okay, except we only have, 3 students so far.
Okay.
All right, Judy, I've returned the host powers back to you. You're live on YouTube
Have
now,
the
so you're good
powers.
to go.
All right.
All right, see you all.
Hi.
Yeah.
Okay, we have more reviewers right now than we have students. So
There's one.
there's Juan.
Hello.
Hi, Juan.
Hi, how are you?
Fun.
Hey, is that our site in the background there?
Yes, it's some of the hills in the west of Austin. You reckon?
I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which is in the Appalachians.
Uh-huh.
And, Deer Hunter came out in like the late 70s, right? And there's this whole sequence where they go into the mountains. It's set in Pittsburgh. And they go into the mountains to hunt deer. And they're in like the Rockies. And I'm like, did you guys not like go out and search for an appropriate site before you filmed? There is nothing that looks like that in Pittsburgh,
It is. There are mountains and there are mountains.
Yeah.
But this one is actually a photo from a student of mine. I have a student this semester is from Nepal, and I've never had student from Nepal, and this is a picture that one of his uncles took in Nepal in the Himalayas. So it's really the Himalaya, and we use it for studio background for all of us in the studio. So I like it, so I keep it.
Yeah.
Juan, have you been on any of the integration studio reviews yet this week? Are you familiar with the project?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Okay.
And I didn't have a chance to look at anything. So no, I haven't seen. I mean, I had my own studio yesterday. That was the new, Design 3 with the same theme. But I haven't. And the other reviews that I have been urban design and not Design 3.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Sorry, Design 5.
Okay. I ask only because our site actually looks very much like what's in your background.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, it was not intentional. If it works, I guess it's okay. But no, I haven't. I don't know where is your site?
It's in the Alps.
Oh, okay. There you go. There you
Presenting
go.
it here in a minute.
Yeah, this could be the Alps.
Yeah, it could be. Hey, Curtis, could I ask you to please contact the rest of our design studio and ask them to join us? We need everybody.
Let them know it is today.
It is today. I need more than just the 3 of you that are presenting this morning. So I'd appreciate that.
So,
Curtis heard me.
Charlton, do you have your computer really far from you? Or how do you manage to get that?
Thank you.
It is far from me. Yes, it is. Well, it's like 4 feet or so away. Yes.
That's the way it is when you see Putin or the big government, computer very far, and you have the desk. So I feel like Charlton is in some gigantic office with the computer very far.
I am, and yes. I actually have my feet up on my desk. With full disclosure, yes. Although I'm not on campus, thank goodness. But I was home watching the cat parade, and with my feet up on my desk, drinking tea.
Yeah, well, I imagine all your aides are also there taking notes for you.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, while we're waiting for the rest of our studio to trickle in, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the project. So I'm going to share screen.
So Judith, did you tell them who was going in the morning, who was going in the afternoon? And
I did, and I'm sure that's why they're not here.
that's what I don't tell them. Everybody should be ready to go first. It just human nature works. You know, I'm going at 3. I'm okay. I still have 5 hours.
Right, exactly. I can finish up this drawing, right? So I know Julia and Charlton are familiar, at least in part, with the project. Juan, you've taught this semester before, so you know what the expectations are.
Yeah.
This semester, we wanted to challenge the students with what we were calling an extreme site. So if there's sort of a hidden agenda, it is that we wanted the students to begin to become more, just like we did last year, Juan, more familiar with the sort of the effects of climate change, okay? And so the site has an extreme climate, obviously. It's in the Alps. It's very close to the border between Italy and Austria.
Mhm.
The site is where they found Otzi the Iceman. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Otzi, the little mummified guy.
Yeah, I read the news about it.
Yeah. So Otzi the Iceman is named for the peak near which he was found. The peak, if you can see my cursor, is here in the middle. I'm sorry, that's where Otzi was found. The peak is over here a bit to the left. The only access to our site is by a gondola that comes up from a small town to the south, and a ski lift that comes up from the north. So it's actually at the intersection of these 2 points. There's a trail that runs through the area, but there is no road, okay? The program is an institute for the study of glaciation, deglaciation, which of course is a byproduct of climate change, and anthropology. So it is simultaneously looking to the future, anticipating the effects of climate change, and looking to the past, okay? So there are 2 research labs, and there is, it's a live work kind of thing. There are between 8 and 10 living units to host the scientists who are doing the research here. Incidental programmatic requirements such as communal living space, storage. We require them to have a chapel. Overall, it's about 8,500 square feet, okay? As in years past, the students have to come to terms with structure. They have to come to terms with systems, and they have to have a reasonable understanding of code. They should be able to tell you how they're going to get out of their buildings in the event of a fire, and how they're going to get someone into the building in a wheelchair or someone who's disabled, okay? I think that's basically it. Oh, let me zoom in a bit more. Here is our actual site. If you can, thank you, Curtis. I stole this from your file. You can see the local site here. I don't know if this is consistent with other studios, but our actual site is at the locus of the gondola and the ski lift. There is an existing hotel there now. They had the option of somehow integrating the hotel. No one did. Removing the hotel and using the plinth that it sits on. There's a concrete plinth. Basically, nobody did that either. But they could work anywhere within that 1 kilometer square, sort of located around that intersection of the 2 lifts. Zooming in still closer, this is the hotel. So this gives you some sense of what the terrain there is like. So this is the hotel that they could get rid of, which basically nobody did, but you can see again that it's sort of there's a peak, right, where these 2 lifts kind of come together.
What is the altitude of that point, the hotel?
Logan, what's the altitude of this thing?
Around 3,000 meters or 10,000 feet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's not crazy high, but it is high. It's like the top of any ski lift in Colorado. When you go skiing, you are at 10,000.
Yeah. It is extreme in the sense that the highest temperature they can anticipate during the summer is only in the 60s. and they can average 30 feet of snow during the winter. So I don't know if we're seeing any project this morning that actually, I have several that are dealing with how you would, sort of, shed the snow off a roof, how you're going to deal with, a ground plane that is constantly shifting up and down. Varying degrees of recognition that is a constraint maybe on this site. So I'm going to stop sharing and we're going to let Logan take over. Oh, by the way,
you guys were.
I'm sorry, Logan, let me interrupt here for just a sec. We only have 3 projects to review this morning. Okay. So we're not constrained by time in any way.
Judy?
Yeah.
So you guys were hybrid?
We were hybrid.
Okay.
We tried to meet every week in the courtyard. We did a couple of courtyard crits where students would bring their models and I would basically point to them from afar. We tried to have tea out there at the least every week just to kind of keep some sense of community alive. That was great, but most of the time we were on Zoom.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you did more hybrid than I try, and we met only 3 or 4 times in the whole semester because it's just with the masks, it's so hard to.
Oh, yeah.
To talk, and you don't hear, you don't see very well. So
no,
it was hard. It was hard to do it in person.
All right, Logan, take it away.
Sorry, I realized I was sharing the wrong screen. There we go. I'm going to share sound as well. Okay. So this is my project, the Otzi Research Center. And real quickly, I'm going to do a presentation and then we can hop over to a concept board to zoom into things and such. So we started out this part of the project with a documentary called The Cave of Forgotten Dreams. And it was essentially about this cave that they discovered in France that was sealed off for thousands of years. And it had a lot of cave drawings and evidence of pre-modern humans. And one thing that was interesting to me was because this is such a sensitive environment, access was very restricted in terms of where you could go and also what surfaces you could touch. And they dealt with that with these metal paths that are actually on stilts. So the paths are minimally interfering with the cave because it's such a sensitive environment. And so looking at the site and at the region, my site is located right at the peak at the convergence of the lift and the gondola, pretty much right where the hotel was. And there's a small town where the gondola comes up to the site and a little hiking trail as Professor Birdsong talked about. And so looking at the climate.
Logan, can you go back 1 second? So along the ridge, is that a trail?
Yeah, that's a hiking trail or a skiing trail.
Okay, so but all these here is that is a trail? You can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you can trail your way up to the hotel from.
I should have mentioned.
Yeah, correct.
There is a network of trails that runs through this part of Italy and Austria that's used for recreation. A lot of people hike these trails, kind of going from town to town to town. Mm-hmm. So it has sort of a summer, it's active during the summer, exactly. With hikers. And then during the winter, sort of skiing takes over.
Okay.
It's featured prominently on Rick Steves' Europe. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, delving into the site analysis a little more, I chose to focus a lot on the climate and how the region functions. And so my outcomes from this research was basically that this is, much like the cave, a very sensitive environment. Even though it's extreme and rough, it's also very sensitive. There aren't a lot of plants The plants that do exist require specific temperatures. There's obviously the glacier, which is very prone to deglaciation in these times. And so the site had to be respected in that way. And this eventually led to the formulation of my overall concept. Basically, this building is for glaciological and archaeological researchers. Researchers, by their nature, aim to understand the world with minimal interference. Therefore, the building should be a manifestation of this relationship. And so from there, I tried to create some study models testing this idea of minimal interference. And I started with, at first, very normative sort of modular structures because it would be difficult to get materials to this site, and sort of, and here I'm testing out really what is possible. And then I started delving into more analytical diagramming of what the best solution to this problem would be. How can I minimally interfere? How can this building perform well in this sensitive and extreme environment? And that led to these diagrams right here. And the first one is talking about where it should be located relative to the peak. And I chose the ridge as the best option because it keeps the structure minimal while achieving still that separation from the ground. As you can see right here, it's about 3 times shorter at the ridge, building at the ridge, than on the slope. And then in terms of wind, you want something that is able to deal with those wind loads, because it is quite a significant northern updraft on that slope. And so I came to the conclusion that something that was sort of tilted in that direction and pretty aerodynamic, like the wing of a plane, would be the best solution. And then this last one is talking about interference. And I kind of knew the conclusion to this one, but basically the more separated you are from the site, the less you interfere physically with the site. And after I went through these explorations, I started actually conjuring up images of these spaceships from Arrival. And there's sort of a link there, because much like the researchers in this building, these were also kind of researchers and observers and trying to minimally interfere with Earth. And so that was interesting to me, how the connection could be formed between aliens and researchers there. And so then I made this relational party paper collage showing like the 3 elements here, with the ridge, my building, which is sort of ominous at this point, there's not really a form to it yet, and then the glacier to the north. And so zooming into the local context, my building sits, as I said before, right on the ridge, and the gondola actually comes into the building. I extended into the building for more restricted access. And also what I'm showing here is, even though this building has to be very closed off for thermal performance, the views that you are able to get from the openings I made are still quite significant, which is important because it's partly about observation. And so this study model is actually from a previous iteration, but it's testing the idea of separation. How separated should it be, or how not separated should it be? And this was also testing out sort of what views I might want for showing off how this project works. So that led to this final atmospheric render, where you're able to perceive that separation between the site and the building, but also a close relationship. You can see right through the sky, and at the same time that the building seems to understand and work with the physical environment. And also another element here that's brought in is light, sort of pouring out of this building, kind of like eyes peering into the landscape. And so in terms of programming, my first move was to extend the gondola into the building, make it an interior condition. And then from there, I drew lines of extension to create basic blocks of space with repeating dimensions. And then it was a matter of further dividing and then finally working with code and seeing what was actually possible, making egress to the ground for safety. And so that leads to the final arrangement that I went with. There's a ground plan as well. So on this first floor, basically the gondola comes in and you basically have a fork in the road. You can go to the professional program, which is the studio, the shared studio space, the storage, and the outdoor processing area for samples. Or you could go to the living area, the living accommodations with the shared spaces right here, supporting program like chapel, fitness area, sauna, conference room, office, and then the 8 living units right here. And what's important to note about these conditions where the program meets the shell, there's sort of an interface that turns into these outdoor areas, these very sheltered outdoor areas. And in those spaces, it's sort of about perceiving the thickness, the in-between space of the building. And so on this ground, there's the vehicle storage right here for the ice coring machines and the various like ATV, snowmobile type vehicles you would need in this environment. And there, you can see here the egress to the ground with the 2 fire stairs. Oh, and I should also note the way samples get up to the outdoor processing area is with a dumbwaiter that also serves as structure. And so you can see where that comes in right here.
Logan, isn't there a ski lift? You said that there was also a ski lift getting to this point.
There is a ski lift, but it's sort of out of the local context of my building.
So the building doesn't connect with the ski lift?
No, it's simply for skiers. I brought the gondola into my building, and that's how I deal with access.
But it's not very far from here, right?
No, it's sort of like over in this area.
Okay.
And so in section, you can see that tilted ellipse shape that's important for dealing with wind loads. But also you start to see that the way I faceted the shell. And this faceting is important because in the Monte Rosa hut, they did a lot of experiment with the faceting of their shell. And it actually works to confuse the wind in a way that doesn't create too much wind load, but it allows for that thermal comfort in this harsh environment. And also you see the columns in the vertical circulation extending all the way to the roof, and that condition is different than the rest of the columns. Here as well, you see the circulation extending into the building, as well as in this one, the separation is especially apparent because it sort of stays consistent the entire time. And that's important for dealing with the snow depth as well as the visual separation that's required. So in terms of structure, this shell is made up of these individual modules right here. Each have their steel structure component as well as an exterior facade of glass reinforced concrete. And that's something that I got from the Messner Mountain Project by Zaha. She used that material because it's very versatile in the forms it can take. And it's also very good at dealing with these climates because it's pretty strong. The infill for these modules is around R80. Minimum recommended for these climates is around R60, so that's especially important for thermal performance. And these modules actually weld together on site in a space truss pattern, which allows for versatility of form and allows you to create this shell condition. And so over here, you can see how the shell wraps around and protects this glazing. This is quad pane glazing. It protects it even more and creates sort of this dead air space that's more enjoyable than the harsh, windy conditions of the outside. And also there's a crawl space for utilities. And you want to put your utilities on below the program in this climate, because the hot air will just stay at the top if the air is coming from the top and such. And here you can see how the structure interfaces with the shell. So this top condition where the columns meet the roof, it's bolted on to the steel frame. And right here, the frame is welded to the columns. And these supporting columns are actually pin joints to deal with the give of any wind loads that occur. You don't want any welds to crack or anything like that. And so in this picture, this is how I imagine the modules being transported to the site. These are about 2 meters on each side. And so they're able to fit in a typical 12-person gondola while still meeting the weight requirements. And so on that note, I found this picture, and it actually illustrates how potentially all the construction equipment could be transported to the site with the system of cable grabs that allows large machinery to be transported across valleys, up gondola lifts, and such. And so looking at the renders, these renders are really about 2 things. They're about light, bringing light into the space, and they're about perceiving the in-between space and also the thickness of the shell. And so this is the southwest opening. These are living units right here. And the light comes in at this angle. This is, I believe, in the summer. And so it allows for that ability to shed the thermal load. Doesn't reach the windows quite. And of course, in the winter, it will come directly into the units and heat up that space. And this is the shared living area. In this area, again, you're sort of perceiving that double nature of the glazing and then the shell further enclosing the glazing, that you get that interstitial space. And then this is the big studio. Again, the glazing being wrapped by this shell. And what's important in this one is because we're in such a high latitude, even in the evening, even though this is a northeast facing opening, you even get evening light in this opening, which is pretty interesting. And so lastly, I made a quick video showing how you might approach the gondola. I don't know if you can hear the sound, but there is also sound. And so this is sort of showing that transition between the exterior and then the interior. Okay, now we can head over to concept board. I should mention I also had a precedent. Me and Curtis shared a precedent. And I didn't really include it because while it was useful for learning about structure and assembly, it didn't really inform the concept of my project or how it related to the site in that way. So I just wanted to mention that. All right. That's all I got.
Okay, can you show me again the section of the overall section with
the longitudinal or the transverse?
The longitudinal, let's say. I'm trying to understand how. I mean, I think that it's very cool, the project. I mean, I think it will be very. You didn't include it, but it looks like from way down from the gondola. I think I can imagine like it looks very intriguing from the distance to see this kind of strange alien floating there on the ridge of the building. I mean, you could have done some interesting renderings of with photographs of the mountain, just seeing this thing floating over the edge of the mountain that is visible from every side, right? But yeah, I think that was more. Yeah, that's a good one. I was thinking even farther away, where you see more like the mountain and you see this object floating on the top. I think you still probably have all the things that you need to do it. I think it would be a good moment in the project to see this from very far, even from the village. I wonder if you can see even this from the village. But I think it's you know, you did a thorough, you know, very thorough presentation, you know, good, bringing us into the project from understanding the site and understanding the conditions. So it was very helpful from that point of view, especially for someone like me that didn't know about the site. So all those site plans and the introduction was very helpful. I think your logic as to why to put it in the ridge makes sense, mainly in my mind, because I think it makes sense what you're proposing, which is to connect it with the gondola access, you know, because it looks like it's a very, otherwise, if you had to get out of the gondola, walk around, you know, get into the place, it looks like it just seems to be a very practical thing, what you're proposing. I don't know who else. I mean, the gondola is used also by skiers during the winter or not? Or it's only the ski lift that is used? I mean, the gondola is used also by skiers, right?
So the gondola actually connects originally to the hotel, and it's sort of for guests of the hotel. But my intention was to repurpose it as something that's only for this research facility. And then if you wanted to ski, you could take the ski lift on the other side of the ridge.
Okay, so this is only for the people going to this facility. They're going.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that I think the location, in a way, in my mind, I think seems to be logically determined by that connection to the gondola arrival point. So I think that that's a reasonable goal. So the thing that I have, and I think that you have done your research about potential materials, and I think that this sandwich system seems to make sense. The space frame, I think, is very good because it allows you to create that two-layer protection for the weather with a very heavy insulation. The thing that I don't think is very clear to me is how this space frame connects with the columns. I mean, you talk about welding in one part, bolted in the other, but I mean the puncture problem that you will have when you think about, you know, how is it connected? I mean, I see these connecting at strange point, because it's almost like this whole structure is supported in the middle of a panel. I don't think it will work easily, how the whole weight of this supported there. And I know that you have all the connections here, but these points are super important from the point of view of where they happen and how the whole thing has to rest on those points. So it looks like some more specific things need to happen here, like having solid plates, you know, that are, you know, all they're different, that help diffuse the weight into those points. A little bit like in a waffle slab, you make solid the waffles where the columns connect with the waffle system. I mean, it looks like something needed to happen there that will be more clear into how, I mean, you are very specific about having many columns here. So in a way, you're doing that diffusion by having just not one point, but several. But this to me is not very clear why some are going to the top and where and how far, and, you know, what is the span. So I think a little more understanding of the space frame would have been good. I think it's not an easy structure to think about, but I think that it is, you have all the elements. I just don't think that you have given us enough of the kind of understanding. And I don't know if you have a clear sense, but in general, for example, when you do a section, you don't cut through a column. It's very confusing to cut through a column because it makes it look like a wall. So normally you cut in front of the column and you understand a little bit more in elevation or through all the drawings. But a plan drawing showing what the structure does in connection with the space frame would have been helpful. I think that all the elements that you have can make this work. I just don't think there is enough grasp of all the things that need to happen, you know, and I think that a little further development on that will address that. But I think some reinforcement of the panels of the space frame system when you meet the columns, it will be good. Can you go back to the plan 1 second, the overall plan?
The main floor?
Yeah, the main floor. I mean, is really the main floor, which is I think it's a nice floor plan. You know, even here, for example, understanding where the columns are that support this thing is just not easy to. I mean, I think a diagram, a structural diagram, may have been helpful, but I like the plan, and I think it seems to work pretty well. So I'm going to stop at this and then let other people talk.
Well, I want to talk, Logan, mainly about structure. I mean, I know you have this final project for construction where you will really hash out the structure in more depth. But if you remember the Monte Rosa hut presentation I made, where they, exactly like Juan was saying, they sat the building on top of a steel table. And the reason for this was not to heat up the permafrost and not release more methane. But if you remember, they had footings much like yours, but under those footings, they had steel cables to prevent the uplift from that wind. So it was kind of a novel structural system, but exactly like Juan said, where those columns met the table, you would see more interaction than what you've shown. So I would go ahead and work that part out and use that as because it is kind of a novel system, and have some kind of table underneath this because it wouldn't actually frame as you're showing here. As far as your folded plate, I'm going to put into your folded plate system, I'll put a paper in the chat you can reference. Whenever you look at folded plates, it'd be good to look at precedents, for example, Sergio Musmeci, and you see there's more exaggerated folding to achieve that structural depth. So you've got folding, but it's so smooth, you're not utilizing it to its potential. So to have
Juliana, we lost you. Can you hear anything? Yeah, I think she's her computer probably froze, or the Zoom.
She looks frozen on my end.
Yeah, she does.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Sorry, my internet. We have two different Wi-Fi systems here. Okay, so yeah, the first thing I mentioned was, to Juan's point, you need to show a steel table of some kind where those columns are connecting. Underneath your footings, have some steel reinforcement going into the rock just to prevent the uplift, and then exaggerate your folding. And I don't know if it went into the chat, I'll put it again. You can reference the Sergio Musmeci examples, or even look at Dominique Perrault. I think he had an opera house in St. Petersburg. And it was also kind of this amorphous shape, but the folding was more exaggerated to achieve that structural depth. So I don't know if you had a mesh in Rhino. How did you achieve this form?
So I started off with a very smooth form, trying to understand what would be best for wind. And then I turned it into a faceted mesh where the units would be roughly equal size for modularity.
So you can manipulate these nodes, right, fairly quickly?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't mean you have to redo your whole project, but for some of your sections or maybe your interior perspectives, you should maybe show that exaggerated folded plate example, or even just for your final project in my class, to show that you understand the importance of structural depth. Could you go back to your plans? This is a really nitpicky point, not structural at all, but.
Yeah, and I should mention I'm actually not in your class. I'm in the engineering program. So unfortunately, I
that's
don't get to
why.
do that project.
Well, then we'll send you the brief so you could see what it was supposed to be. I have over 50
Okay.
students, so I thought I didn't recognize your name.
Well,
Could you go to one of?
I think that's an important point to make, is that Logan hasn't had structure yet.
Well, this is very
They're the
impressive, I have to
engineering
say.
sequence.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So the nitpicky point about the floor plans for, mainly where your bathrooms have their doors facing the bed, basically, I would just put those off your entry, like when you come in your hallway, have it like you would see in a hotel. That
Right.
frees up that wall next to your bed for, artwork or other furnishings. But yeah, I think if you haven't had structures ever, that's really impressive. And this is kind of the anomaly when we have students. You're doing the dual degree?
Yeah, it's slower to get to that point, but it's more thorough.
Yeah. So you start out with mechanics first and structural
Right.
mechanics, and okay. And then you don't. Yeah, I heard from some in the past they wanted to have my construction class earlier to get structural design before analysis.
Yeah.
But you'll do it the other way. Okay. But yeah, I would look at these precedents and, well, just put in, maybe you don't know who I'm talking about. I'll put in the other architect you should look at. And I think it was the St. Petersburg concert hall. But yeah, I like your idea of confusing the wind and keeping this elliptical form. Just, I'd like to see that folding more exaggerated, because I think it's really an asset of your project. Great work.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
So I really like the you've given us a really complete picture of your project and of the spaces. So we're able to really look at this and understand what's driving it and the experience of the space. I would say one question, I think this might be more of a question for Judy. Some of these spaces seem very normative, like administrative, things of that nature. That's part of the program charge? Okay. Yeah. Well, I would say I really think that it's a very successful project, and I really appreciate some of the spaces that have to do with the engagement of that outer shell. And when you experience those, but looking at the plan, I guess what I'm curious about, that being said, is that I think there's still some opportunities in regards to dealing with the uniqueness of the design and the encapsulation that you have here, like and particularly dealing with light and how you mitigate the inside and out. And I think it's a little interesting that when you look at something that's labeled chapel, it seems really like a pretty perfunctory sort of experience space. It doesn't seem like there's anything special about it. Whereas one space that you would expect to have a certain degree of specialness to it would be the chapel, for instance. So I look at the entry and I look at the chapel, I look at some other engagements, and I start wondering if the plan now could be finessed more in a way to take advantage of the uniqueness of the building, of the structure, of the design in that regard. I think it's a very competent plan. It works very well, but there's also sort of like an immediacy into the residential part. There's some things that just right off the bat to happen. I just wonder whether they could be a little bit more orchestrated with the sense of how you engage the space and the opportunities of the space in mind in that regard. But I think it's a very, very well considered project. And I think that what I enjoyed particularly was not being led down by any sort of, as you move through the different sort of slides, that there wasn't anything that was sort of like significantly undercooked that stood out because it wasn't really resolved or things of that nature. I think you've given us sort of a very evenly considered project in that regard.
I just wanted to add a comment. I mean, I was thinking about the chapel. I think Charlton is right on. I mean, if you think about the chapel and you're walking on this corridor, you go room, and all of a sudden, oh, sorry, I walk into the chapel by mistake. It almost feels like it's like the storage room at the end of the hallway. You know, it looks like it could have been some opportunity to create something super special, you know, that could be somewhere that becomes a little more I mean, I guess that chapel is meditation room. You're isolated up there, so you can go there and feel disconnected. I agree that you had the opportunity to do something more special with that one particular piece of the program. One thing that I wanted to also say, when I look at this plan, I'm a little confused as to, is this whole space, number 4, doesn't have any connection to the outside?
No, it's actually where the ice cores are stored. So I thought that would be kind of counterintuitive if any light was able to reach it.
Okay, so for example, if you move it down a little bit, can you move the plan a little bit? So this space here just has this opening. So you have a lot of glass here, but this is the only opening.
Right. So this render kind of shows what's going on there. Since it's only 4 feet above the floor, okay, it really only gets this part, but this is actually all open. So yeah.
Go back to the plan. That's very confusing. If that's the view of that space, students are sometimes so rigid about the plan. Is generally speaking something that the intention is to show what it feels like to be here. So if you show all this poche, you're not doing yourself a favor, just by having this little opening when you, and I kind of remember that rendering. So don't be so, the plan is cut above all these here. So if you're letting people here connect with the outside, this plan is confusing. So don't ignore the 4 feet. That's a general kind of reference, because it should be above that line. So otherwise here you just get very confused about what your intention with the plan is to show that there is indeed a connection with the outside here. Right now it's not being shown. It's not helping you. Here I can see it, and I can see here that, hey, you're the number 9 is a little bit of unlucky because it's looking this way instead of looking out. So that's like this, the most junior member of the research team gets that room, obviously. But in a way, I can see your intention here, right? So I see a room that is protected, but it has a connection, but this is not helping, right? Because it's not here. It feels very intentional. When you explain to me now, oh, I got it. This doesn't need to have the windows, but these spaces are very important to have those connections that were in that diagram that you show. The same thing here. All of a sudden, I'm suspecting that here you really have some ability to look out. Maybe not, but right now it doesn't look like you have. So this is something that you need to be careful about, how the plan conveys the most of your intentions in terms of the way you represent it. And I just wanted to go back, being a dual degree. I think that is very important for you to think about if you have this kind of football, it's almost like a football shape, right? So if you have the structure, I guess that you need to decide, is this supported down here and the space frame is autonomous and resting on those here, and this connect to the ground, or is it going all the way through and being supported also up there? I mean, I think that you can think about it both ways. I would think if it's a space frame, you can say, okay, this space frame can span across this whole thing and be self-supporting, and you just need to worry about resting it into this too. And then the wind load and all that is a big challenge, because all that will be caught here. So this helps a lot, I would think, with the stability of the whole thing from the wind. But this here, I think that you're rendering them as concrete columns, but it feels like it would be better to do it with steel. Mm-hmm. And you talk about welding and bolting in ways that it didn't seem to match with the concrete square columns. Like, to me, this should be round steel pipes that are shipped with the gondola, and then you can. I don't know if they use piles and they just pile it into the ground, or they dig it and then do the foundation. But I think that you need to have a little more clarity in your head as to how this works, even if you're making it up. But right now it's not very clear. This looks like a concrete wall in this drawing. The convention of this, when Charlton, myself, or Juliana or Judy looking at this reads as a concrete wall in section. Mm-hmm. It doesn't really come across as a column that I'm looking for this moment in the plan. I look in the plan, I don't see this at all in your plan. If you go back to the plan 1 second. That seems to be a very significant part of the project. And I look here, it's like, where is that moment? I don't know what it is. It should be very obvious. If you're saying there's going to be a core of columns that go through the project, you know, it should be pretty kind of evident where those happen, and then you can say those cut across, and the whole bowl, the bowl is supported at the base, but also this go through, and then they catch the upper part. They're not reading through, so the structure is kind of poof, it has disappeared. Where are they, Logan? Where are those columns in this plan?
Yeah, I had hidden lines, but I've been struggling to get them to show up on concept board. I do demarcate them with hidden lines.
Yeah, but there's a column. I mean, it's not a hidden line. It's like a column. You know, you cannot make a column so hidden that it just disappears.
So yeah, so they come through at the four corners of the vertical circulation, and then the rest of them support it from below at vertices with pin joints. And I probably should have been more specific about the material. I do demarcate it with the call outs, but this is actually a square tubing steel infill with concrete.
Okay, good.
So it is steel. Yeah.
That's good to know. So you're filling it with concrete afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that normally when they do this, I think my sense is that they prefer pipes that are round, but it is reasonable to do square tubes with concrete infill. So that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it was just confusing seeing a section through, as Juan mentioned, through a column. If you're going to do that, I would just make that clear by labeling this is a detail of that structural element. I put another thing in the chat that will show you a bit of the possibilities for the foundation, looking at the Monterosa hut. So you didn't see the presentation I made to the construction or to the year 3 studio group on Monterosa hut. I did.
That's actually why I mentioned the thing about confusing the wind. I saw that presentation.
Oh, good. So you have
like my only exposure to structures at this point.
So I uploaded that to the Canvas for the class, but not for Studio. So I could send that to you and to Judy directly. Another thing about, the structure again, could you go back to your plan? The larger plan we were looking, this one. So again, I'm a little bit, it's almost like a hybrid system. So you've almost got 2 buildings. You've got your shell around it, and then you've got some of these interior spaces. When I look at room 3, is this your laboratory or your research?
Yeah.
So one of the things I loved about many of your rooms is you don't have, like 13, you don't have too many parallel, you do have parallel walls. So in these large spaces, I don't know if you've had acoustics yet, but parallel walls will bounce sound off and make noise. What you could really make use of here is the curvature of your form to have a few more curved walls internally. I don't know if that would ruin, well, it does seem like you have that, never mind. This is partly outdoor space in room 3, is that right? Where
correct,
you've made like a peach floor and then white. Okay, so you do have a curved wall in both of these spaces. Never mind. It's just a little bit, it's a little bit different to have suddenly these straight lines for your fenestration, but your renderings pull it off. So
yeah, good job.
Yeah, this looks very compelling. So I think that's well thought out.
We need to move on.
Yeah.
Logan, that was a
good job. Very good job.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. Dominique.
Hi. So I'm going to start with the presentation and then also go over to concept board. Okay, so this is my design for the OTSI research facility. The main idea of my concept is 2 intersecting structures that also act as axes of light. So there's one more stereotomic heavy structure made of concrete that extrudes up from the mountain, and then one more lightweight bridge structure that spans over these 2 hills. The idea for the axes of light came from our first project, which was Jean Prouvé's Metropole Aluminum House. Our assignment was to add a vertical circulation. So my partner, Anna, and I added the central stair that acted as this one axis of light that brought light down into the structure. And then we also created this porch that brings light across this way. So these were some initial study models I did that just kind of explored this idea of how I could create these axes of light on the site. So just looking at different locations, I could have it and tunneling into the hill or going on top of the hill, or just different ways that I thought about how I could bring light into the space. So here is my larger site plan. So you can see it's right along this path, and it's not too far from both the ski lift and the gondola. So you can either hike there in the summer or walk this path from the gondola in the winter. Here's a closer roof plan. So you can really see these distinct light axes. This one works as a skylight that goes across the studio and lab space. And this one is a glass elevator that brings light down into the living space. So these two distinct elements also act as two different programs. So the bridge is the studio space and the lab space, and this is all the living area. Here's a section, so you can see this elevator, glass elevator that brings light down into it, and this bridge that goes all the way across. And another section, so you can see kind of the three levels and how it really goes down and tunnels into the mountain. Here's the first floor. I'll go into concept board later so you can look a little bit more closely. But these are all the bedrooms, and this is a big window here. So the gym and this living space gets a lot of light that goes all the way across here. The second floor, so you can see the studio and lab space. People can they can walk along the trail and enter through here on this side to go into the living area, or they can enter through this side to go into the studio space. And then the top floor, again, you can see the skylight. So they can also walk along the top of the bridge. They can go inside it to go into the studio, or they can walk along the top from this third floor. Here's an exploded axon that shows the tower structure. So it's kind of these nesting boxes that go into one shape, and then this tunnel that goes across. Here's the bridge structure. You can see the truss and this skylight again that goes across. Here's a wall section that just shows the truss, and these walls inside are aluminum panels that provide aluminum ACM panels that provide a lot of insulation, and they're also very lightweight, so they are very easy to transport to the site. And then here's a render that shows this one entrance into the living space. And you can see this path that goes all the way along through the space. And then again, looking from the other side, this is the long bridge structure that's the studio space. And that is it. I can go over to concept board now.
Can you go back to the plans?
Yes. Oh, sorry, I showed the wrong screen.
So when someone comes, how do you get to here? Do you come with a gondola? Or how do you imagine people get to this building?
So they can walk along the path and enter on both sides, but the gondola is not too far, so they can go up the gondola and then walk along this trail to get to either entrance.
Okay, so let me see if I understand. So which would have been good to know where, I mean, this is not just like any kind of site, right? So it's, I mean, it sounds a little casual. They can just walk on the trail, like, casually and enter. It looks like you don't have many options of how to get here, right? In terms of like the gondola is somewhere here.
Yeah.
And then is this the trail?
Yes, this red line is the trail.
And is this the entrance?
The entrance is on the left and on the right, so they can go from the trail to the two entrances here.
So there's something else here, supposedly.
Yes. Yeah, there's one, sorry, you can probably see it on another plan, the stairs that go down here. And then they can also walk above the building on this path.
I mean, do you understand that it's not clear to us to understand all the things you're saying? It's like, because you said this is the trail, but they go in here, but they can also walk out here, and then there's a cut line here. I'm a little confused as to what I'm looking at. Is this a cut line? Is this buried?
Yeah, I think it might. Yeah, I realize that it is a little unclear. This is, yeah, this part of the bridge is buried into the ground.
Okay, so you don't enter here. This is buried.
This part is.
Okay, so can you go to the section? I'm trying to understand. I mean, I think it's very confusing. Your drawings are very confusing. Can you go to
Yeah. Yeah, so if the section, it might be a little more clear. This is buried under the left part.
Well, but you were saying that you enter from here. You were saying that you enter from either end, right? So from this end, can you zoom in into that section?
Yes.
So you're saying that you enter here. Is this buried?
Yeah, there's stairs that go down into this area.
I know, but what I'm saying is that if this is the grade, I mean, what am I looking at? I mean, is this the retaining wall? And it looks like Mother Earth goes into your building, you know, and this whole thing is buried. I just don't understand where you have a clear cut line here and a retaining wall here, but then this is Earth and this is Earth too. So I'm not sure when I'm inside the building and when I'm outside the building.
Yeah, this is all buried. But yeah, I understand that is a little unclear, so I'm sorry about that.
It's not, I mean, it's buried, but there's a retaining wall, right?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so when you're saying that you enter from either end, you're walking here, how do you get into this level?
There's stairs in front of, you can't see it in this section, but there's stairs that go down into here, and then this end you can just walk right into.
Okay.
I think, Dominique, it's just a matter of finishing that cut line, that heavy line, right? We should be able to kind of seamlessly follow the cut all the way through your building, right? So we know, you know, where that line is between ground and building.
Well, also, if we are cutting the building, is this building cut or is being seen in elevation?
Sorry?
Is the building cut? Are you cutting through this building?
Yes, this is cut.
So there's this is a roof and this is a floor for this building, right?
Yes.
So do you understand that it's confusing because we don't understand that, right?
Yeah. That makes sense.
Could you go to the plans again? 1 second. So same thing, zooming into this one here. I'm sorry that I'm talking about this, but it's just trying to understand. Go to the lower level. This one on the upper left. The upper, well,
the upper left.
Yeah, I thought the upper left was the.
Yes, that's the lower level.
Even when you talk about this one, you said there's light coming from this end, light coming from this end, but the cut line is shown here going across. This is cut. You know, this is shown as a wall. I don't know how much light you're really getting here. I mean, you make this and the elevator, glass elevator. I don't know if it makes a lot of sense as the source of light for this space. But you need to make sure that by now you need to be more precise about your language and what you show. You know, in terms of describing this as a you know, a lot of light coming here, but you're rendering this. The cut line just goes across there. Here it doesn't. It turns. It does this, but then you have a solid wall here. So your drawings are not helping to understand what you're telling us. So I think that's an important part of it at this point, that you need to be able to be more consistent about what you show us and what you tell us.
Okay.
Could you zoom out now to one of the 3D renderings?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, overall, I think that you have an elegant concept of this kind of truss spanning across. It just feels like you never had full control of your project. I mean, you had a nice concept of this tower with this truss going across, but all the critical moments is like what that happens there, what happens there. It just doesn't seem to be fully control of what happens there. It's never shown in a way that is very clear. Just this rendering shows it in a way that, so I think that it's almost like you have a scheme that you have shown the conceptual structural diagram, but it's not yet fully in your head, exactly what is happening. And the program, this feels like it's more like a circulation space. I just don't know if it's the best layout for the kind of work that is going in there. I don't know exactly what's going on. You said that this is the lab, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to understand if it's the best kind of space for that kind of, and I'm going to basically say, okay, let's assume yes, it is. So I'm ready to buy the kind of general layout because it's a very nice composition. I'm just trying to understand where things connect to the site, and it's not. I don't think it's fully clear in your head. That's what I'm sensing. Sometimes you can see that people know more than they're showing. In this case, I just don't think that you are yet fully grasping everything that you are showing us. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Judy knows more than I do, but based on the drawings, that's my kind of reaction.
No, I totally agree with Juan. I think you've got an elegant concept. It's beautifully shown here, but there are some points that we can't talk about until your rendering or your drawings are clear. So could you go back to your section and I'll try to read it. I know it's been a while since you've had visual communications or your drawing classes, but open an architectural magazine whenever you're confused and look, how do they do a section if they're showing something underground? And you wouldn't show the shading, the gray shading anywhere you have building.
Okay.
You won't show that they're buried in earth. I mean, we'll understand it's underground by the section lines around it. You don't need to show the gray behind, on your bottom floor and part of that bridge, because it makes it hard to understand because we've never seen that because it's not correctly drawn. So also, yeah, like Juan mentioned, that bridge, I was thinking, oh, that must be something behind us that she's shadow lining. Your line weights for your roof and your floor must be much thicker. And, I need to know what is your depth. I'm not going to take a scale to it, but I need to see you understand there's some depth to your floors. And finally, the intersection with the earth of these trusses, how is that happening? What is that material? Some materials, you've got glass for that window right up to, where there's going to be snow, and you're going to have some expansion with that material. I think you need to show where that retaining wall is, or I have difficulty talking about it. Or maybe also having your drawings larger. I do like that your footings show you've got the steel reinforcement going into the rock. But yeah, I want to see how you get into this space. So you've got the stairs going down to that bottom level, but as Juan mentioned, we need to know how they get to this bridge space. Go to your plans again. Maybe zoom into one of them. Yeah, so the workspace, I mean, just put yourself in their shoes working. It's a nice view looking out, but they're kind of in this narrow space side by side. Are they communicating with one another? Would it help if you reoriented some of these desks so they're facing each other. It just looks, compared to other laboratories we've seen, it looks a little long and narrow, more like a passageway. So how could you, I guess, it's just very long as well. How could you maybe stagger some of the rooms or make it wider and not as long? I would rethink that passageway as your laboratory.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I wanted to mention also is like, it looks like you have this clear sense of this central core. There is a topography that is saying, okay, I can have a bridge spanning here. But all the time there's another bridge here that's just buried into the, so it doesn't seem to match the notion of this core that spans over and connects with another bridge that it could be going somewhere. So when you make this all of a sudden going in the other direction, it looks conceptually is not doing the same thing that this bridge is doing here with the truss. I mean, here is like buried into the ground, and it's not very clear how this is connected. So at the conceptual level, I see these, but I can say, well, maybe this is a different thing. This is more retaining walls into the hill, but it's rendered the same way that this truss is rendered, but it's not spanning across anything. It's right on the ground. So I'm trying to understand the concept, but at the same time, the sense of grasp. I mean, the sense of grasp that you have, and everything is there. When you look at it from far away, it looks like yours is a kind of project from far away. You have the diagram, you have this, but then when you zoom in, you start realizing so many things are not quite together. So I hope that you understand what we're saying.
Yes.
It is very important at this point in the game for you. You need to show more awareness and more grasp of all the things that you're showing and what they mean. So I want to let Charlton continue.
Yeah, I agree with all the comments made thus far. I would, I think filtering, like just a bridge too far going on, and perhaps it. If I look at I'm not as skilled with the annotations as Mr. Moreau is, but I will say this. The what's on the right hand side has more of a logic to it in theory in which how it engages the site than the one on the left, and I just wonder why you even need that. And I totally agree with, and I think looking at that, the assembly on the right and understanding how you occupy the space and how to utilize it should determine its form, and it's less of a bridge as it is of the space that is, to me, the power of it is that space contrasting the central core is to me the thing that I'm most interested in. I think the core is the heart of your project and the thing that was driving it so strongly, the idea of this light filled elevator shaft. And I think that I kind of like I was looking in the box folder at one of the other plans. I'm not sure which one it was. I guess it was maybe the third floor. No, I'm sorry, it's plan 1. Is that the ground level?
Yeah, I can move.
Yeah, can you do that? I'll try to
This
erase
one?
this. How do you erase this thing? Yes, that's the plan. I don't know. Oh, there it is. Eraser. There we go. Yeah, what I like about this view is looking at the core and understanding sort of like everything being organized around that central shaft. I kind of like looking at these bedrooms as sort of saddlebags onto the main core, and that you have this delineation, the hierarchy of space and occupation. I just wish that was a little bit more stronger, and that the core really took more of a prominent presence. And I think some of these other elements that are causing us a lot of confusion could fall away a bit. And I think definitely understanding how you engage the ground plane is a key thing. I mean, from the very beginning, that's the key part of the conversation that caused us a lot of consternation and confusion. And so you really have to sort of, I think you should step back and say, how do I actually study that? Is it through my digital modeling, and I need to sort of figure out how to model the terrain more so I can actually, is it through a physical model? I think a physical model really quickly would have given you a lot of information in regards to, is this truly a bridge or is it not? Because the mixed vocabulary and the terminology plus with the drawings is really a recipe for confusion in that regard. But it's not just about how we interpret, it's about how you understand your project. So understanding what's the hierarchy of what is this form trying to do? Does it really need to be a bridge? It's not acting as a bridge. Do I really need these sort of competing elements when the heart of the matter is the core? And then what one element that plays off of that core would probably have been sufficient. I think having that really strong core and having another piece that is a different material perhaps, but it really takes into consideration how do I utilize the space, how one engages it, how one inhabits it. It could be in direct contrast to the power of that core. And I think that it's just trying to do too much in a way that's not resolved yet.
Yeah, I think Charlton hit on the main point. That core is the heart of your building. And the purpose of this building is your laboratory, mainly the research, right? So when I think of a laboratory, I think of a space where you're comfortable, you spend long hours. A bridge is going to be cold. So it's also more of an active space, circulation, socialization. It's ideal for a cafe or, people sitting and having a meal for 1 hour, 2 hours at a time. Maybe I don't want to redesign your whole project. It's too late in the game, but maybe just in your programming, switch your laboratory into where you had it looks like you had a cafeteria or some seating areas in your core. Maybe make that your laboratory, even if you have to double height it, and make that bridge, a social gathering space, cafe or cafeteria, because it will get pretty cold.
I mean, I think in Dominique's defense, one thing that the students uncovered in their research, one of them actually interviewed somebody who did glacier studies, and their big request was they want to be able to look out and see what it is they're studying. They want a view of the glacier. And so I think that was really the driver behind the imposition of the bridge here.
Yeah.
And that's why the desks are positioned right in front of the windows at eye height so they can see out to the glaciers.
Okay.
No,
I see.
That's, to me, that's not a problem. I mean, I think that in a way it feels like then almost like it feels like the whole building was about this bridge, and I just never understood this other band here. So it feels like then the whole project is about this bridge, and then this bridge maybe can have like a wider space. It doesn't need to be parallel, but I think that I'm okay with that arrangement and in the aluminum as the inspiration, the notion of the aluminum and being light. I don't know if those panels can give you the insulation. It looks like the whole thing is very thin. When I look in plan, it's like, wow, with this kind of climate, I don't know if we can get away, but maybe we can. I mean, I know that there's a lot of kind of super high performance panels that I didn't know that they could be that thin. But the lightness, the notion of a bridge spanning through there, but that should have been the whole building in a way, right?
Yeah.
The corner that connects. So
I think this diagram is exactly what it would want to be. Like the bridge doesn't need to go all the way through. It just goes from the core to the right. And what you have on to the left is really not contributing to the conversation. And you have this other perpendicular at the lower level, which is a different construct. And I think that would have made your life a lot easier in that regard. But I think that it's just, I like the contrast of being in that lighter space to the core. And I think it probably does need to be something more substantial though. But when you're contrasting it to the core, you have a lot of leeway there because that core is going to be so substantial that whatever that lighter contrast is, you have a lot of leeway. I mean, it could just be thicker and more insulated, but it still will be lighter comparatively.
Yeah, the strength is that you didn't do too much fenestration in that bridge. You just had these little windows for the view. So as long as you insulate it well, you could keep it warm enough. I didn't see where your systems were in your section, but just make sure you may want to heat the floor below. If you keep it there, and now I see your reasoning for the view, then just make sure it's got floor heating and it's very well insulated and that you have very high quality glass. But I do like that you didn't go overboard with your glazing. That will help.
Okay, we need to move on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dominique.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where is Anna?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you. I can go ahead and share my screen. And so my concept for my design started off with so yeah, me and Dominique had the same precedent with the John Prouvé's Metropole House, and so I started off with creating these diagrams off of his structure. From his diagrams, I came up with this plan and extruded these lines to create basically three main tubes. Oh, it started out as 4 main tubes. And then to kind of relate that to the site, I wanted to make a vertical building for environmental reasons, and also to provide views to different parts of the site.
Anna, I think one thing you didn't mention was that what you took from the diagram of Prouvé's precedent was this notion of this strong cross-axial organization, right?
Yes, yeah, sorry.
It wasn't just a matter of isolating, you know, an ambiguous strip, right? That
yeah, sorry. I'm like,
his organization to you're reinvestigating that kind of cross-axial organization in your project, at least in the beginning. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I'm yeah, so yeah, let me the same thing like what Dominique had mentioned earlier, that strong access is what I was kind of focusing on too, but in a different way, I think. So then like I said, this is one of my first study models, and off of that I made my model. And so here is one of my first roof plans. And from this, I created a diagram to kind of help with my orientation of my building and to direct the program of my spaces and of my views. So then here you can kind of see where the other things are laid out in the site plan, and I can show you that over here. So here's my first site plan, the large one. Right here, there is my site. You can kind of see it's really small. And so it's right next to the ski lift for easy access. And the direction of this point of my building points towards where Utsi was found. And so you can kind of see the relationship between the other diagram with that model. And then here's a closer site plan, kind of showing a more updated roof plan. And so this side of the building provides views and direction towards Utsi, while this side provides direct views towards one of the glacier, or towards the main glacier. And then over here points towards the town down this way. And so yeah, so my buildings consisted of 2 main towers. And so something I had to really think about a lot was the circulation of the building. I really wanted, I didn't want the ADA ramp to be like on the side of the building. At first I had it on the side of the building and it was awful. So I wanted it to be more included into the design, so that people going up and throughout the building can really feel that space and get that feeling of having a sense of where they are and what they're doing. Yeah, and just being connected to the site and the purpose of the building. Oh, and yeah, here's my roof and structure plan. So zooming in, these it consists of 6 main columns, and then they go all throughout the building and then into the ground to form the foundation. And you can see the beams in there. And then here's my first floor plan. And so, yeah, you can kind of just see how the circulation starts to unravel at the beginning. And then how that works, yeah. Then my second floor plan, yeah, it just keeps going. A lot of floor plans. In the dining space. So as it goes up, it does get a little bit constricted in some areas. Like the dining space is a little bit more constricted, while the chapel space is a little bit bigger and has more windows and a little bit more space to gather. And then my other plans aren't on here, so they're actually over here. So in this main tower, there's 6 floors, and in this other tower, which is residential spaces, it's 8 floors. So yeah, you can kind of just see how it starts to open up more for the gym space and then also for the research spaces. And then we'll go back over to concept 4. And then over here you can see the perspective views and kind of what that looks like to go through the building.
Do you have conventional sections or elevations?
Yes, they're a little unclear right now, but I can show you them if you want to see them. Sorry, they're really kind of messy. But here's one of them.
I should probably mention that Autumn missed a week last week because of a family emergency.
Okay.
So yeah, these are kind of
Yeah, that's the section through the model, right? The 3D model.
Mm-hmm. And then here's like a larger wall section. And then I have an old one, but it's not as clear as either. And then I can show you an axon if that also helps kind of show the relationship of the circulation in the building.
So a lot of the circulation happens outside, right?
Yes, so I think it would be easier for me to go through it in Rhino.
Yeah, go back to Rhino, but I'm saying in general, I can see from your plans that a lot of the circulation, you have an 8-story tower for the residential.
Mm-hmm.
So is there an elevator?
There is space for an elevator to be plugged into one of the corners, but I focus more on the stairs.
I mean, I'm just trying to think about, 20 below in the winter, is windy, it's snowing, everybody going up and down the stairs, 8 floors to go to the dining, to go to eat. I mean, how do you imagine that happening? Why would you think that is a good thing to have all that circulation outside in this site? I mean, I think it's cool. It looks great. In the summer, I'm sure it's going to be fantastic. But what about the deep in the winter?
I guess to that, I would just say, like, I don't imagine them like moving too much throughout this space. And there is like stairs circulations inside of the building as well.
And there's ramps in the building as well?
There aren't, but I guess that's something I would have to
Yeah,
And
just enclose them because of ice. And, I love that you did think about ADA and how it would be, how they could experience the space compared to someone, for example, not in a wheelchair. I know we had a presentation on that in EC, and empathizing with that situation is so important. And I think you wanted them to have the view maybe, but then also think of just the practicality of the cold and the ice. And I think for an 8-story building, yeah, you'll definitely have to put an elevator indoors for them. I know you didn't have time because you had your time off, but I would add those elements, enclose every circulation point and make an elevator. In both buildings, I would think about an elevator. In fact, 4 stories, you could also have one in that building as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Should I go back to my plans or?
Well, I think it's clear that you will benefit from more time to finish the project. I mean, there's something about the normal sections, elevations. It looks like you have a you're very skilled in getting those plans, and the geometry is very nicely resolved. So when I look at the plans, I can see someone that is very adept, and I can see that you're enjoying the development of those plans and the geometries and the angles, and there's a general kind of good feel for the flow of that plan. I just keep going back to what is the most impractical thing that Anna can think about? That's what she thought. 8 floors, no outside in the most extreme climate. Okay, I'm going to make them work really hard. So if you don't want them to go to work, they will stay in their room for the whole time because they're going to be thinking about it twice before they go to have breakfast.
Anna has got a mean streak in her.
Yeah. So
I failed it.
And it will be good for us to hear more about, well, this is done this way because this. I mean, you can articulate, maybe we will not, necessarily buy into it, but at the same time, you can make a more clear statement about why this building is so unusually impractical when it comes to eight stories. I mean, think about 8 floors. And you're saying, oh yeah, there's room for an elevator. It could be added at some point. It's like, well, why did you think about adding it yourself? Do you think it was a good thing to have 8 floors for residential? I mean, people hate to go. I mean, at Goldsmith, I see students going on the elevator for 2 floors.
One floor.
Why are you waiting for the elevator? And I say, why are you? I mean, you should not take an elevator, for 2-3 floors. And people took it. So why would you think that is a practical thing to go 8 floors? And especially if you're not using the elevator as a kind of very interesting, and you can make a claim, say, I wanted this to be extreme connection with the landscape, so everybody's super aware of everything and when the storms are coming and this, but they're protected and they go through the elevator, and then there's a bridge that is connecting the main building with the residential that is like this glass bridge that is fully protected. Something that tells us a little bit about you're aware of the consequences and you're still going for it in a way that it makes a very exciting opportunity for people to be there, to be very kind of aware of the extremeness of the location and the site. But as it is right now, it looks more like a nice overlook in a maybe a national park in some place that is very easily accessible, that you go there, you walk around, you have great views, birds watching or something, but it is not, that doesn't come across as the most practical way to deal with this extreme environment, which was one of the themes of the studio, of like, hey, how do you deal with this? And when we look at the 3D, everything is floating planes. And I know that you're not done with that, but I'm saying the enclosure and how you separate the inside and the outside. I mean, think about this. Every time you open the door, you get like this 30-degree, 20 below degree weather just inside the space. You know, so that's one of the things that you deal with climate, right? For heat or for cold, you know, you have different thresholds and different ways to come. You know, you've been in a situation where someone opens the door in a very cold environment, and like, just close that door, because it's just like a lot of energy goes literally out the door every time. And so right now here, it feels like there's no kind of an awareness of the fact that this building is in where it is. You know, it feels like it's a building and it happens to be on top of this, and so let be it. So I think you need to show a little more awareness of that. As I said, I mean, I like the geometry of the plan and the energy of those ramps and the connection and the feeling like this is very much about this promenade of a building that you are kind of capturing a lot of views and different angles. But I mean, more awareness about why is the building is here and what are the people doing here and what is the weather like here. It looks like it's just not it hasn't been processed as part of your scheme. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I definitely, I understand that. Yeah, I think I would definitely work on that moving forward.
Yeah, and conventional sections and elevations, those are very, I mean, take them from the model, but you need to think about them as kind of self-supporting drawings, not just the cutting of the 3D model, because they need to have the poche, they need to understand the structure. Mm-hmm. So if you have time to do all that, I think it will be very beneficial for you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think it'd be crucial, actually. I think that you're hearing exactly what you need to hear in regards to how you should approach this. And there's a lot of ambivalence to some of the moves you're making. You really need to prove that you're being thoughtful about, you know, even as I'm looking at I only really have a few plans that I can look at in box, but I want to, because of these questions that are being raised, I think that you should be really careful to re-examine everything in regards to, are these plans working? Can they be occupied the way I want them to be occupied in that regard? Because they look like they could, but I now need to have more empirical testing to prove that. And I wonder whether you would benefit from just considering what that circulation just to be the outer layer, that it is an enclosed space, but it's an outer layer. It's like when you, in colder climates where the houses are designed where you go into a anteroom when you come in from outside to in, and before you go into the main space. Like, can you treat that as an outer layer fully that is enclosed somehow, that mitigates between the inside and out, and then keep your core the way you have it, but just reconsider that circulation around it and just say, yeah, it's enclosed circulation. It's a different materiality than the main sort of core of the building, but it's enclosed, and I'm going to sort of deal with this in layers and threshold conditions that I move into. And that might be a simpler way to look at it in that regard, and see what adjustments you need to make with that idea of almost like a double facade in a way, a thickness, an interstitial space that you occupy around the building. I don't see, and I only see with the plans that you uploaded on box, there's only one tower element that you see. So I think, but it's the 1, 2, 3 floor plan PDF is what I'm looking at. And I mean, it seems smartly organized, but I just want to make sure that you've tested, you're not just dropping in symbols and calling it a day, that you actually understand how these spaces work, and then understand how you can craft that outer layer with it in that regard.
Yeah, I agree. I think circulation has to be one of the first things you think about in any project. And of course, egress as well. So of course, you'll need an elevator in the 8-story building. I would put it in the 4-story as well. That's 4 stories is mainly the max you could do without one, but I'd put one in for those ADA requirements. But then enclose all of the other circulation you have around, and even add a 3rd elevator that's just for view's sake. If that's an experience you wanted them to have outdoors, make that purely an outdoors view type experience that, like Juan said, they're not constantly having to open and close the door for their interior vertical circulation. I'll put in the chat a precedent of an alpine elevator in Lucerne where it's only for view purposes, it's not connected to a building. So if you really want that element in your project, just separate it so that they're not depending on outdoor circulation, because it will get icy and windy. But I do think you have the ability to make some amazing sections. I'm very pleased you worked in the plan view. and that you're able to articulate all those geometries. And it's a rather complex one, but I think once you get that section down in those elevations, the renderings are just the icing on the cake. I think it will be an amazing project once we see those sections, and the final project and construction will help you with defining the structure a little bit more. Overall, I really like your concept, and I think it's just a situation where you need a little bit more time, but I have high hopes for your project.
Thank you.
I think that's a great note to end on. That's it for this morning. Thank you, reviewers, so much for your time and your comments. Great presentations, guys. And any parting shots?
Just, it's amazing they did this all over Zoom. I'm so proud of the effort our students have gone through and the lack of complaining the whole time. It's really, truly incredible. And that you did it all on your own. I know you did group work or work in pairs for your precedent studies. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did.
So do you do any design group work later on? Do you work in pairs, or have you in the past yet in your studios?
I believe comprehensive in 2 semesters will be group work.
Yeah.
That's by design. Teams of 2 need to work on that in the comprehensive. But there's all the initial, in the intermediate studio, all the initial exercises are meant to be in teams. So basically acknowledging that architecture, you're gonna need to work with other people. If you like to work only on your own, maybe architecture is not the right profession. But I mean, basically, I think that this is a complex project, in remote locations. So it's an opportunity to kind of think about things differently. I think in a way, Logan, I think, was more in tune with the notion of like the uniqueness of this site in terms of the structure and the lower layer, and in the other 2, I felt like there was not as much awareness of the site itself, as the driver of the project. In the case of the mini, it was more that the kind of basic just grasp of the immediate site. Forget about the big picture of the location being extreme. And in the case of Anna, it's a very exciting project, but it almost like, hey, Anna, remember, where we are, remember all the consequences of having different levels and elevators. So the elevator becomes a very important core of your building, not necessarily something that you can say, oh, there's room to add one. It should be at the heart of what you imagine that this building would be like. So just, we're expecting a higher level of awareness. So I understand it's very hard to solve everything, and Logan is doing a very interesting structure that maybe is not fully under control, but it's okay. But it's just more like you become more aware, and next time you're more and more aware. But the conventional of the drawings is something that you need to get behind. So that means you need to really find a way to understand your own drawing. When you're drawing a section, now the section needs to follow some conventions about normative ways to show what you cut and what you don't. You cannot show in a drawing like part of it is cutting, and here I'm not showing the cut, and here I'm forgetting about it. And so that's the kind of thing needs to be behind at this time in the game.
Yeah, and let us know when you need help with things like that. We know you're not born with this knowledge, so just set up office hours with me if there's a section question. There's it's important to know when to just ask for help. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, and it's a unique semester in that regard. So I think that we're aware that it's not easy to get exactly to where we were hoping all of us to get to. So. And I know Judy knows that too. So it's something that, I think especially Anna, if you can have a little more time to do all that, like Charlton said, I think it will be crucial for you to feel good about, completing the project. Good job, otherwise. Congratulations. You're getting to the end. Charlton, go ahead.
I'll reserve my comments because I'm sticking around for the next session as well.
Oh, okay.
Well, good to see you all.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Thank you.
I cannot
Thank you
believe
so
that
much for your reviews. They're really helpful.
Judy, I had no idea that my background was as perfect as it is for these projects. You know,
I thought you had done all, you know, advanced research.
No, not really. I mean, it was just like the best coincidence. I should have said, of course, you know, I was really going to it is perfect for the setting of your project. So, you know, I'm happy that I did.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank y'all.
Good job, students. Bye.
Great work, everyone. Bye.
What time? See ya. What time's round 2?
12:30.
12:30. Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty.
So I will see you guys back here at 12:30. All of the studio present and accounted for, right? You're here to support your classmates.
It's larger than this.
Yeah. All right. Thank y'all. Charlton, are you back?
I am.
You are. Excellent.
Until a little bit before 2.
Right. So we have 3 projects again. So I think we can certainly, I mean, if we keep it to a half an hour, we should certainly be able to wrap up so that you can go do whatever important thing it is that you have to do. Oh, I see you've teleported to somewhere else.
I have.
What is that?
That
that
is
before.
Kowloon Wall City, I think it's called. Used to be called. Hey, Bershana.
Hi, Charlton. Hi, Judith.
Hi, how are you?
Doing great. Thank you. How are you?
All right. Sort of
Hey, ow.
missing seeing the work, the real work, you know, everybody's work and that synergy. This you know, review in isolation just isn't as satisfying. But
yeah, I know. I had my review yesterday as well, and it felt anticlimactic. Like
yeah,
we got there, and it was like, okay, well, see you guys.
yeah. All right, let's see how many students we've got. We've got 8. Okay. Something I didn't do in the first review was introduce our reviewers. So I thought that you all had the opportunity to study with Professor Lewis in the Foundation Studios, but apparently that wasn't the case. This is the hiccup class. He kind of leapfrogged over you guys.
Yeah, they lucked out.
Yeah, you guys, you know, there's a big hole in your educational experience that you need to fill.
Your life experience.
Life experience, exactly. So Professor Lewis is our Associate Dean for Student Affairs. Is that the correct title?
Close enough.
And a longtime faculty member. He often teaches the foundation sequence. He also teaches a remarkable seminar on race, gender, and architecture. Is it Piergiana? Was that close?
Yeah, that's very close.
Okay. Is a professor, okay, now I'm going to mess this up again. Mazoka? All right. She's our emerging scholar fellow at the university, which means she's a visiting scholar. She has a rather remarkable international educational background, studying in Venezuela and the Netherlands, and she has taught at Rice University as well as here. So you're here for what, another year?
For one more semester.
One more semester, okay.
Yes.
So welcome to both of you. Charles already heard the introduction of the project earlier this morning. I will share my screen and just give you a brief overview of the site. Let's see. Okay. All right, everybody see that? Okay, so our project this semester, these students are in their 5th year, and this is the first course.
Semester, not 5th year.
5th year, thank you very much. This semester, sorry, I just, promoted you guys. This is the first semester where they are asked to take a project of a reasonable size and really consider structure, systems integration, code, things like that, right? Our site this semester is in the Alps. It is very close to the border between Austria and Italy. And if you remember a couple of years ago, they found a mummified mummy a guy who had been frozen in a glacier. He's some, I think, 2,000 years old. His name was, they named him Otzi for the slope near which he was found. The project this semester, we wanted to encourage the students to begin to think about the implications of climate change on architecture. And so we selected what we thought was an extreme site. This is a coordinated studio. So the 5 studios all shared the program. They shared the same site. So we selected, a site that had sort of extreme conditions, right? So the climate here is obviously extreme, but it's also a place where the glaciers are receding. And so as a result of climate change. And so the program is a research institute for the study of glaciology, but also for the study of archaeology. So they, the idea here was that they were both projecting forward in time, anticipating, the effects of climate change, but also looking back in time, and sort of using Otzi there as the inspiration, I guess, for that, let's say. The site is virtually inaccessible. There's a network of trails that run through this part of Austria and Italy that activates it during the summer. There's a lot of hiking that happens through here, but there's no direct road to our site. It can be accessed by a gondola. So there's a gondola that comes up one side from a very small town at the base of the mountain, and a ski lift that comes up at the other side. So our site is sort of at the confluence of those 2 lift lines. This is sort of the overview of the site, the Alps where we are right now. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but Otzi, the Iceman, was found right there. Our site is just a little bit over to the left. This is sort of more zoomed in. Oops, sorry. So here's Otzi again, up in the upper right-hand corner. Our site is here. You can see the gondola line coming up from this small town below, and the ski lift line coming, from the north on the other side. There is an existing hotel on the site. It's on a concrete plinth. Not a very interesting hotel. I think it was built in the 70s or the 80s. They had the option of either working with the hotel or removing it and using the slab, or locating their project anywhere within a 1 kilometer square around those 2 lifts, okay? This is the hotel as it exists right now. So you can that gives you a sense of sort of the external terrain there. We began the semester looking at precedents. We were looking at the work of Jean Prouvé, and he did a rather remarkable portfolio of what he called his demountable buildings, which were modular structures that could be erected almost anywhere. And that they're great case studies because they're very clear in their construction. But there are also a number of videos that you can watch online that shows them being constructed, right? So, how they pour the slab, how they begin to erect the columns, the beams, how they then skin. So it's this great time lapse, really quick way of understanding how a building comes together. And like I said, they're very straightforward in their construction, but they're also really kind of beautiful buildings. So they were working in pairs. Each pair had a different demountable building that they studied. And then I asked them to introduce vertical circulation, because by and large, they're just 1-story structures, sort of contain, very simple containers. And the idea with the vertical circulation was that then they had to consider how this thing could be sited somewhere, how it would touch the ground, but also how the vertical circulation would interrupt that clear structure and what might have to be done to then restabilize it. We moved into this project pretty quickly thereafter, okay? So I think that about covers it. Like I said, we've got 3 students, and we're going to start with Jacob.
Hi. I'm Jacob. Let me share my screen. So the main concept driving my project is duality. It is a duality of program, form, experience, perception, and even time with an axis that connects it all. So for some context for the project, this is a joint research and living facility for archaeologists and glaciologists in the Italian Alps, right near the border of Austria. So the border is here, Austria is up here, Italy's down here. There's an existing hotel right on the ridge of the mountain, and we were allowed to build within a 1 square kilometer around it. And my project is located pretty close to the hotel. There are some hiking trails throughout the area, and in the small town in the valley, some of those trails become paved roads. In the top right corner, this black square represents the approximate location of Otzi, who is a preserved mummy from around 3,000 years ago that they found thawed out back in the 70s. All of these straight lines represent various gondolas and ski lifts throughout the area, with 2 of them providing access to our site. The glacier is located on the backside of this ridge, and that whole area here it has a bunch of ski slopes on it, hence the other ski lift. So this is a site plan of my project in relation to the hotel. It is located just up a small peak on the ridge, and the contour lines here represent a 5-meter elevation change, so it really is quite steep. So this is an overall exterior view of my project, and from the outside, it isn't quite clear what's going on, and this is part of that duality of perception. So when viewed from the exterior, I don't want people to get a full understanding of the building. I want people to wonder, what is that bit in the mountain there? What are those things sticking out? What is that round part in the back? I want these to read as distinct parts, and I only want people to understand how it's all connected on the interior. So the best way to do that is through the floor plan. So you can see how there is the entrance tunnel, and it runs perpendicular to the main building and the axis. On the right side, the building is set into the mountain, while on the left, it comes out of the mountain. So again, it's part of that duality. Zooming in a little bit to see more detail, you can start to see how the program is arranged. So on the very right is the archaeology lab space, and this is set into the mountain because archaeologists dig into the ground to find artifacts. On the very left, you have the glaciology lab space, and it is coming out of the mountain because when studying glaciers, scientists take these cylindrical ice cores out of the glacier to study. So this mimics that. It's on the north side of the building where the glacier is, so it has the view of the glacier, which is something that they requested. Also, both exterior spaces, the carved ground on the right and the balcony on the left, are accessible from the lab spaces. So you have this duality of program on either side and the central axis that connects it all. There are also ramps on the axis that create an elevation change from low on the archaeology side to high on the glaciology side. So again, you have that duality. Coming in from the lab spaces, you have the private bedrooms and bathrooms for the scientists. And in the middle, you have the public living areas like the kitchen, living room, conference room, gym, sauna, meditation room, and of course the entrance. So you have this duality of also public versus private living. And so I like to think of the building and the axis almost like a timeline. So right now is the present. So you enter in the present and we live in the present. So all of the living areas are in the middle, which represent the present. Archaeology is about studying the past. So the right side represents the past. And glaciology is about studying the future and how global warming affects it and such like that. So the left side represents the future. So this timeline is one of the ways that I tried to organize program. So in order to bring light into these underground areas, I used skylights and I varied how that light is brought in. So in the rooms on the right, since they are entirely underground, these skylights come in from directly overhead. Whereas the rooms on the left, they're actually partially exposed. So these skylights come in from more of the side. And the skylights in the public living area come in on a slight angle off of vertical. Also notice the gray rectangles on the exterior walls of the building. These are what I like call my structural ribs, and we'll talk more about them in a little bit. So in the glaciology lab space, you have the elevator and stairs, which take you down to the lower level. So the lower level contains the garage with the snow crawlers, as well as extra workroom, a quarantine room, and the mechanical room. So this exploded axon shows all the parts of the building, but I want to draw your attention to the structural ribs. So you can see how on the glaciology side, it's actually semicircular and it morphs into a rectangle on the archaeology side. And this plays into that duality of form with curvilinear on the left and rectilinear on the right. And the reason I decided to do this is to mimic the programs of those sides. So again, on the glaciology side, you have this cylinder coming out of the mountain, like the ice cores that they take out of the glacier. And on the archaeology side, it is a rectangle because on an archaeological dig, they set up and label a rectangular grid on the ground so they know where they find certain artifacts. So this side is dug into the mountain and it mimics that grid. And you can also see the difference in the skylights, how on the left side, they come in from a more horizontal angle, whereas on the right, they come in directly vertical. So in section, you can see the elevation change between the archaeology and glaciology sides. And you can also see the garage area in that cylinder. And again, the archaeology side is carved into the ground, while the glaciology side is coming out of the mountain. And you can also see the skylights coming down into the private and public living areas. So in this section, you can see how the roof of the entrance tunnel slopes down to enhance that feeling of going underground as you travel along it. Zooming in, you can see the profile of the middle structural rib. It isn't a semicircle and it isn't rectilinear, it's right in the middle. But dashed in, you can see the profile of the semicircular rib on the glaciology side and the rectangular rib all the way on the archaeology side. So this is a detail of how the components of the building come together, specifically the walls and the roof. So the outermost layer that touches the inside of the mountain on the archaeology side or on the glaciology side is exposed to the air is concrete, which serves as a vapor barrier. And these structural ribs go up to, but not through that concrete layer. The next layer in is insulation, which needs to be quite thick for the cold climate in the Alps. The floor depth is thick enough to accommodate all the mechanical services. And I chose to put all the mechanical services in the floor because especially for heating, heat rises, so you want it to come from the floor. The next layer in on the roof is metal decking, which holds up the insulation. And there are also studs running from rib to rib hidden within the roof to help support all of this material, as well as support the interior finish material. And the finish material changes throughout the project, but I'll get to that later when I talk about the experience. But before I do that, I want to talk a little bit about how this design came about. So this is a very early study model I made exploring sighting, and it shows the building going through the ridge of the mountain. And this is kind of how I got this idea to use the mountain to separate the building visually from the exterior. So I also spent some time researching precedents. So on the top left is the Svalbard Global Seed Vault in Norway, which has a long tunnel that goes underground. So this is kind of where I got my inspiration for the entrance. In the top right is the Mester Mountain Museum by Zaha Hadid. And what I took from this one was how the roof flows into the walls, which flows into the balcony. In the bottom left is the Oberholz Mountain Hut by Peter Piekler. And this is kind of where I got the idea to do these morphing structural ribs. And last is an image of glulam beams, which is how I imagine my ribs will look like, except obviously not all straight in my case. So now I kind of want to take you on an experiential journey through my project. So if this is an exterior view of the archaeology side, you can see how it's cut into the mountain and exposes the natural gneiss, which is the type of granite that the Alps are made out of. You can see the skylights poking up, as well as the large window. And since archaeology as a science is about studying the past, and this side of my building represents the past, I like to call this large window a window into the past. So this is inside that archaeology lab. Here you can see the rectangular ribs, as well as the finished material. In the lab, I wanted the veneer to be a polished version of the natural gneiss so that you feel as if you're inside of the rock when you're in this space. And it also gives a contrast versus, or between the interior and exterior via the polished versus rough nature of the two stones. So this is looking down that central axis in the archaeology lab. So you can see how the ribs here are mostly rectilinear, but they get much more curvilinear as it goes up. And you can also see the vertical skylights coming into the private rooms. And also notice how the floor planks run, or in the axis run parallel to that direction, whereas the planks everywhere else run perpendicular to it to further highlight that axis. So this is an exterior view of the glaciology side. And here you can really see the cylinder coming out of the mountain. You can also see the big window, and I like to call this one a window into the future. And again, you can see the skylights, but you can also see how these ones come in more horizontally. And the material here is a white concrete to make it look like an ice core from the glacier. So here is inside the glaciology lab, where you can see the ribs are basically semicircles. The finished material on this side is again that white concrete, so it feels as if you are in the glacier in this space. You can also see the elevator and the stairs down to the lower level. So this is the glaciology lab looking down the axis. You can see how the elevation drops, as well as how the ribs are semicircles on this side, but again, morph into that rectangle on the other side. And last, this is the public living area with the kitchen and living room. And here you can really see how these skylights are bringing the light down into this space. And the finished material here is wood to make it feel more warm and cozy as one would want a living space to be. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Jacob, for your presentation. Maybe I just have a question for the sake of clarification. So besides the references to time tied to both disciplines, right? One investigating the past, the other the future. In what other ways do you conceive of time being part of the project, and how does time manifest itself as something that it's constantly changing the readings of the project, right? Like in the images, we see every image is full daylight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder also how the passing of time just in one day, right, might change the way researchers and scientists might experience the space.
Yeah, so in the archaeology lab, that's the southern facing lab. So you would see the light kind of track across this space throughout the day, since it faces south. On the glaciology side, you wouldn't get any direct sunlight because it faces north. But in terms of time, like as a concept, I wasn't so concerned with the time on the scale of a day. I was more concerned with time on the scale of a millennia, with the past, present, and future. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and the reason why I asked this is because, yeah, evidently, those two perceptions of time, right? Like time as a human perceives it, and time as, the geological layers of the world perceives it. It's very distinct and it's very different, right? But in the end, the reason why I'm asking you this is to provoke also a reaction, to know, like, well, what is the one that you privilege the most, right? Obviously, as you're saying, you're privileging geological time rather than human, right? So I'm just curious again, in what ways also introducing a reading of human life, right, and human time, and how someone perceives the passing of a day within your building might change and morph certain of the spatial configurations, but also how light is introduced, right? So the reason why I'm saying this is, like, all of your skylights, right, have an orientation that relates to the spaces in which they are, right? But I wonder if it had to do more with how light moves and circulates through a day, right? So you introduce light in certain spaces based on, the time of the day in which those spaces might get used, right? To benefit or to take the most advantage of that passing of time, right? Like, if conceptually you're addressing a geological time, right, in the most pragmatic ways, which is just introducing light into certain spaces, right? Those are calibrated to adapt and to reconfigure, let's say, the perception of the passing of time for humans, right? The researchers that are living within your project. So that is like the first comment. I have others, but maybe I don't know if Charlton, if you have, some immediate concerns that you would like to address first.
Sure. Hey, Jacob.
Hi.
It's a very interesting project. I like the approach. I do have some questions. Some I guess are technical. Some are just more maybe theoretical, philosophical. How did you imagine the construction working, being sequenced for this?
So I thought about it a little bit. That was something I did think about. I guess the best way to show it would probably be this. So since it is pretty close to the ridge, even though it is cut through the mountain, I kind of imagine that this entire area will kind of be taken out. It'll be carved out, then it'll be built, and then the mountain will be put back on top. It's kind of how they did it with the Messner Mountain Museum. So it's kind of how I see it happening here as well.
And just for my own edification, so is this the apex of the mountain, or is a, when I hear ridge, I think one thing. When I think peak, I think another. Is this the peak of the mountain, or is this part of the ridge that has a continuation beyond?
So it is part of this longer ridge, but the ridge does have variation in the height along it, and so it's on a slightly higher part of this ridge. So it is on the ridge, but it's on a slightly smaller little peak along that ridge.
Okay, I mean, it's not the highest point of the.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's interesting because on the one hand, because I think you definitely want to weigh consequences in regards to your intervention, and as you're looking at this project, one might, and you very well could have considered this. It's like, how much am I intervening? And when we're looking at and we're talking about, it's really interesting, this juxtaposition of archaeology, uncovering, digging, researching, and this other idea of observing impact of climate change and how man is impacting the environment. It's interesting to have a premise where you're coming in and sort of destructing, rebuilding, and things of that nature. And you're sort of like, it's the first thing that came to me when I looked at this section. You saw just that proportionally the small amount above the building, and you're kind of going like, and you're thinking, okay, how is that? Are you tunneling or whatever? But then you go, oh, you're probably going to remove that. But then, what does that mean about what we're doing to the environment versus for this intervening? So it's just one of the things where you have to think about it a little bit, right? You have to give it some thought about what am I doing to impact this, and what am I having to rebuild and things of that nature. And that's it's kind of looking at trying to understand whether the ribs were just a vertical structure, whether we saw the ribs as the complete, what would be sort of U-shaped, remember, then it's like, how do you get that in there? How do you build it? And those are the sort of things that, it's that balance between, yes, it's a studio project, but yes, we want you to be held accountable for these sort of things. I think it's manageable, but it's sort of like, at what cost is it manageable? And what does that mean for, in terms of like our philosophy, our theoretical bent in this regard? So that was sort of like the initial sort of thing that came across my mind, just to talk about that. It was interesting because as we're looking, you've given us the evidence that we need to understand the project, a case in point here with a scale figure, but it wasn't until I saw the rendering of the archaeological space that I started thinking, I was going like, wow, that really is that right there. I said, this is really big, and I started thinking about, and that's a lot of glass, and it gets pretty cold, and I'm thinking to myself, the glass, when is the glass going to look that way when, in theory, you're heating this space and it's really cold on the other side of that glass, and is it going to be like fogged up, frosted up? Also, it's those sort of things that you have to sort of wonder about. And I think maybe the bigger question for me is, I just expected the space to be a lot cozier, being embedded into a ridge. And even though you've given us plenty of empirical data with scale figures and otherwise, I wasn't really processing the relative size of it until I saw this image. And I'm not so sure what I think about that, because a lot of what the imagery comes across as sort of like a lodge or something, or a spa or something that's, there's some interesting takes and materials, but they're also sort of like, and I don't know whether it needs another layer of consideration in regards to the furnishings and I want to see researchers in parkas and stuff and things of that nature. But right now, part of me is trying to push back, because I really appreciate the ambition of it. And I think there's a thoughtfulness to it as well. And I think you've given us a lot of really interesting things to think about. Like, again, like looking at the plan, I'm looking at your PDF on my laptop right now, and I see it's an interesting hierarchy of where one lives, and where one has a public shared space. And it's interesting to me to think about. This is something that didn't come up in the earlier projects because I really wasn't thinking about it. But is it in your mind? Are we segregating the one group of researchers from the other? I mean, we have that really strict delineation of the glacier people and the archaeological people, and do we expect them to maintain that in their living accommodations when they come together in the fulcrum in the center, or does it matter to you that they could be interspersed? And that seems like it's kind of like up to them. But I just kind of wonder, did you imagine that it was going to be strictly separated for the purity of the geometry and things of that nature?
When thinking about, I kind of assumed that it would sort of naturally end up that they would be living closer to where they were working. But I mean, I don't personally have a problem if they want to live on the opposite side. Because
the middle section is where they'd be throwing down, because the glacier people hate the archaeological people. No, it's interesting, but it's I'm still getting my head around sort of like the relative scale of it, because the research area, to me, in both cases, I really love the fact that there's a clear transformation from one to the other, and I like the idea of the way their structural ribs transmit that translation. I love the difference that when you look from the outside, the form that has to do with the glacier has a significant difference in the form that has to do with the other side. I really like those moves. I'm still sort of coping a little bit with the scale of those moves, and also just the sort of the intervention of the overall.
Mm-hmm. If I can respond to one of your earlier points about having it be constructed and the environmental impact with having to like dig out the entire top of the mountain, that is something that I was a little worried about. But to put my own self at a little ease, there is really the only thing that I would really be impacting is rock. There's no vegetation. There's maybe one animal that lives in this entire region. So it is affecting rock, but to me, it's just rock. So it is a problem, but I don't see it as that big of a problem.
It's not that it's a problem. Like, I'm happy that you thought about it and didn't simply just go, I'm shoving this thing into this ground and I'm not going to give it any consideration. I just think that we kind of like let you guys get away with that at times. But as you move further and further you really have to sort of think about, let's not skip steps. Let me acknowledge the difficulty of X, Y, and Z, and give it some consideration, and then make a decision in that regard. And that's really what I'm looking for, is that you gave it some thought and you have awareness of it. To me, when I looked at this section, it's also a question of sort of like, understanding how far down I want to go relative to how far up I want to go is a consideration. The further down I go, the longer I might have to, it might have to be, but that might actually have some interesting consequences. It might be that it goes down deeper, but instead of making it a longer, like the building sort of constricts and compresses and plans, and that you're not just saying, okay, I got to have all this sort of space. I can constrict them, and actually that works somewhat to your advantage if you're sort of constricting and coming in and out in that regard. So it's just one of the things where it's part of a conscious decision. So, if it really bothered me, then I would go into the realm of just about excavation and tunneling, and it's not about completely taking the top off and rebuilding it, things of that nature. But it's just sort of a conscious decision. So I appreciate that you gave it some thought in that regard.
Yeah, Jacob, I just want to echo Charlton there, because you're saying, well, I'm just moving rocks, and I have to say that you wanted to excavate, right? And to do so is either with a picket or a machine that comes and has to go up the mountain to do so, right? So you're not just things just don't happen, right? For that to happen in this particular moment, you might have like a series of machines to actually come and detonate the rock and little by little excavate this, and then you have the concrete, and for the size and the section of the formwork, right, for that shell to exist, right, you would have also to bring that formwork into sight, right, as well as the concrete itself, right? Like I cannot imagine just some people just rolling and mixing the concrete on site, right? You would have to move it, you would have to transport it, and then you now start to think about the network of where is that material coming from, how it is transported, what is the amount of fuel that it's taken and used, right, to build this research facility on this site, right? So it is more than rocks, right? From my perspective. So you know, if there is a takeaway that you can take from this, is precisely that you know, even if at first glance it seems that that's the only thing you're doing, architecture is interrelated with many other processes, right? And that, you know, maybe you as an architect don't have full control over, but you're the one choosing to use those materials to bring them on site, to be fabricated in the way in which it is done. One thing, you know, if you were to continue with this idea, yes, I do want to bring concrete. Yes, I do want to bring the formwork, right? But then, you know, you can minimize the impact by saying that everything that you bring on site stays on site, right? So for example, like instead of, you know, having to remove the formwork after the concrete is casted, the formwork remains and is those structural beams, right? The things that support the rocks after they're excavated also become, right, the things that will support the rock, so when the workers are working there, rocks are not falling on top of them, right? And in a way, you know, little by little, your the project becomes an archaeological artifact of the past in the future. So when we're talking about time again, you know, the construction process and how it is still presented and represented within the project becomes a vestige of that past, right? Oh, look what humans, look how humans constructed in this, you know, side in the year 2020, right? And then of course, yeah, we can talk about similarly to what Charlton was mentioning regarding the how deep you then excavate. You know, you were talking about the insulation, and I was thinking, well, if it's rock, can you use the thermal mass of that to create more insulation, right? And so therefore, would you excavate a little bit deeper since you're already going through that effort, right? And then, you know, again, thinking about the labor force that might come to the site to do this, then I wonder if, you know, certain dimensions of spaces need to be calibrated based on the technologies used to achieve those carvings, right? So anyways, so these are many questions, and we can right now just touch the surface, but I think like there is enough here for you to, you know, question all of these different concepts that you're bringing into the construction of your space, right? And that's why, you know, I started with time, because for me, it is a fascinating construct, right? We determine which one of these times we choose and which ones we want to observe and to which ones we want to respond. So, you know, if then the intention is this geological time, it could be interesting to understand then also how your project becomes a part of the ecology of the site as well, right? So that's why, you know, the sort of garbage and pollution that might come from the construction process is something that then will affect and will become part of this ecosystem too, right? Then I have one final comment though. I love the drawings. I mean, just it's nice to see that at this point you have like a very clear organizational strategy, right? How then the representation gets manifested in that organizational strategy. All the concepts are part of that, and you know, like the syncretism and the conciseness and rigor with which you presented, right? Like there was very little to ask because everything was so clear and organized, right? So I commend you on that. I also think like, yeah, the scale of spaces are a little bit, well, raise some doubts, right? But then I would reframe them based on the building and the construction process, right? Like sometimes we don't think about that, and we think like, oh, the dimension and the beginning and end of everything starts with the human body, but in this particular side here, it begs the question of, well, maybe it is the machine that dimension the spaces, right? Because there is just one machine in the entire Swiss Alp, right, that can get to the site, right? And therefore it is indeed just dimension for it to be there, right? So anyways, these are important questions and critical ones. And it's great to have a project where we can talk about these things, right? So I think like in that way, the sort of conversation and provocations that your project is able to raise, I find that extremely valuable.
Those are amazing comments. Thank you. I think at this point in their education, it's often hard for students to think about how you take something as abstract as time and begin to use it or implement it in the project in a way that's not, a picture or a metaphor, right? I love this idea that the formwork could be reused, that in the construction of this, it could become its own archaeological site and everything, that the artifacts would remain. So
like
I think those were really great comments for all of you guys, how to maybe intensify your concept in a way, okay? So we need to move on. Chris?
Yep, hello. First, I'm going to share a concept board link real fast in the chat in case you guys want to make any little drawings on my stuff.
Make any changes?
What was that?
Eraser tool on there.
Okay. Give me a second. Having a little difficulty. Okay, there we go. So, hi, my name is Christopher, and this is my project. This is the sitemap. To repeat a little, the closest town is in the bottom left, while the glacier and the place that Otzi was found are in the top right. The bold yellow lines all along the areas show the ski lifts and cable cars, and the one running from the town here to the highlighted area is the cable car that sort of forms the major axis of my project. By extending this axis up and through the mountain, I seek to create a transition between openness and enclosure, and then back again, sort of mimicking the experience that Otzi, the ice mummy, went through. So while there are two bars that make up my building, the upper one gets shaped the most and partially protects the lower bar. By transitioning from a sort of square-like face to a pentagon and then adding curves to the floor and ceiling of the structure, I'm able to balance the shedding of snow with sort of more easily accessible space by dividing it horizontally. And then this sketch sort of just shows how the idea of the building remains on one axis, splitting the single direction into several up and down moments. So here you can see the axial cut made through the mountain, as well as the general layout of rooms, both in the upper and lower bars. On the left is a structural section. The building uses large steel columns and beams to support concrete floor pieces, and wood-clad walls. In the upper bar, platforms are sort of added lightly, floating above the bottom of the structure with open web frames, whereas in the lower bar, tall walls divide it into entirely separate spaces, which I will touch on how that affects program later. So here's the site plan. It gives a good idea of the axiality of the building, as well as showing how the building interacts with nearby paths. Yeah. And here are the major floor plans. Floor plan A shows the lower bar, which has been divided into private residential bedrooms near the middle for security and privacy, whereas more public residential areas are towards the opening at the end of the bar, encouraging residents to spend time together and be cooperative during their stay at the lab. Floor plan B shows the level of the gondola entry. There is a small resting and presentation space, or sort of exhibition space, at the top of some stairs that then lead out to a sort of seasonal courtyard that sometimes gets snowed in during the winter, but during the summer stays open. So then this would be the main public arrival point from the gondola, basically funneling people who don't work at the facility out and through to paths and ski slopes and wherever they may be going. Floor plan C shows the several floors of labs positioned at the top of the upper bar. The top few platforms act as the labs with some space for leisure space, while the lowest platform primarily acts as extra storage. The labs themselves are fully connected with ramps so that any workers can easily consult with any other peers, creating a work atmosphere, hopefully similar to like a studio with a lot of interaction and cooperation.
Chris, can you go back one?
Yep.
Can you circle in floor plan B what you're referring to as the courtyard?
Right. Yeah. Sorry.
You can circle with your cursor, or
yeah. I can go ahead. No, that doesn't work. Oh, well. Can you see the cursor though?
Yeah.
So this sort of area right here,
Okay.
it's maybe more evident in some of the 3D views, but basically,
okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, it is hard to see. There's a really light yellow tone that's supposed to separate what's inside versus what's outside, but it doesn't show up so well, I guess. Anyway, so here's some sections cut at either end of the two bars. Section A is from the sort of gondola entry, and it really shows how, for the most part, people who are arriving there are going to get funneled down the center of the building and into that courtyard, sort of away from the private residential areas to the bottom right. And then section B shows how, while both bars sort of create an enclosed condition to get that open enclosure openness, the upper labs are far more open and cooperative, whereas the lower bedrooms are very enclosed, and again, reinforcing the idea of like proper privacy. This section primarily shows the transitions between openness and closure throughout the building with natural light. It does get pretty dark in the middle of both of the bars, but I hope that electric lighting can make up for that, where while the darkness can still contribute sort of to the feeling of enclosure at the centers. So now here's a series of renders that show the progression sort of up from the gondola through the upper bar. This one is just an establishing shot from the perspective of someone coming up the gondola. This shows the view of someone just outside the entry. You can see the stairs and then also how it transitions from enclosure back to openness at the top. This is the view of someone looking out from the sort of public exhibition space to the labs. And then this is the final conclusion of the progression, showing the openness at the far end of the labs. And thanks for your time. That was all.
Ay, Christopher, I want more images of this.
Can you go back a couple slides to the exhibition space? Yeah, that one. So that one. So if I don't go up the stairs, if I go around to the right, that takes me to the residential?
Yes.
Okay. And then move forward one more slide. So this space is the exhibition? Or
yes.
What is the space again?
It's looking up. So you see these two blocks. It's maybe a bit unclear because these are really solid heavy railings, but oh, now it works. There's sort of the whole floor here, and then this creates the exhibition space, and then this is where you're standing looking up in the next one.
Okay. So what happens here when I'm looking at it? Is that just a void?
Yes, I wanted to create again, or not create. I wanted to separate the labs and then the actual public sort of circulation. That way, like, even though you can look up to the labs or look down to the entry of the gondola, they're separated so that hopefully the lab workers can stay focused if they need to. And
so the
also,
more private workspaces versus the more public front facing.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And then also, sort of touching on what you guys talked about with Jacob as well. My project also employs a pretty big cut on the space, but I hope that by doing that, sort of insulating the building will be a bit easier, since there's more rock around it and stuff like that. But yeah.
Yeah, I have to say that I really like this one image here. It is almost like David Chipperfield esque stair, which is very nice. But then maybe maybe I'm too conditioned to think like, oh, every space needs to have something or inhabitable or programmed. So I was thinking that it is a nice place to look out as well, right? Or a nice space also to hang out. So besides these two balconies that have like this concrete railing or stone railing, if on that slope at the back, right, that creates like almost this dead zone or space that there's nothing in it, right? If you can think of that slope surface as a stepped slope, right? So that maybe there could be areas for people just to sit and look outside, right? I mean, I don't know the sort of research and how that research is conducted in this space, but I imagine that many of that research is also reading reports or books or things of that sort, right? So I would love to read on that space, right? So thinking a little bit more about how those spaces might accommodate different modalities of research, right? Research that is not just conducted in front of a monitor, right? Or by the experience of, digging on the ground and bringing the samples and things like that, but just, writing or reading reports could be, an interesting way of further expanding how we think of research and in what ways researchers also conduct that activity, right? That is the first comment. Charlton, I know you are unmuted, so you can go ahead if you have other comments.
Am I unmuted? Oh, okay. Actually, can you go to the section?
Yep.
Chris? Yeah.
This
So
one?
I think, if you can zoom in a bit, for Jenna's comments, I think even have even more relevance when you see it in this section. Because I think there's some interesting things. So there's a couple of things that are interesting going on. I think that how you look at I'll just call it the underbelly of this, but the zone. I really like the dialogue that is pretty consistent about separation and integration, and I think to continue with that thinking, you can look at this in section and say, in the main area that we were just looking at, let me see if I can annotate here a little bit. This space here, up here, I think is where, John was talking about sort of it being stepped where you could sit and you could look back down. And I think there's something nice about, like, while you're waiting for the gondola to come back for your return trip, that's a good place to sort of be. And I think what I like about that idea is that it starts to push back a little bit on the notion of separation between the public face and the private. Well, I'll call the research part of it the private face in this instance, where, like, you have unless I'm mistaken, the research is happening up above at this upper level where you have that sort of decade. They're sort of already in a dialogue of stepping and terracing, and you can just continue that at a smaller scale down below, where people who are the general public could nest and be in a little bit more closer proximity to the researchers, but not quite in their territory. Like they have some visual connectivity and things of that nature, and have an awareness of each other, but there's still some degree of separation, and using that void space as a mechanism for people to occupy it more firmly, but also still be a bit controlled in a certain way. And I think that, this the underbelly here, I don't know whether or not, that space here, I'm not sure if you can see my cursor or not. I think it's interesting for a number of reasons, not just for potentially gathering, but also what it can do for the space below. And you had a concern about the darkness. Is there a way to pull light through this field here below and let light, sort of using skylights and things of that nature, to, and it's, again, similar to sort of the conversation that Jacob was having with his project, but there's a way of sort of animating this roof plane to where you can get more light down there, natural light down there at times, I think. I think it seems like you're setting yourself up to where that can happen pretty easily. It's just a question of calibrating it into your own sort of agenda, because I really like the way you have the residential laid out in that lower level, and I like the way it circulates. I like that the way that you give residents plenty of opportunity for privacy, but also communal relationships. I think that works pretty straightforward. I'm not so sure how the structure above is translated below, though. And that's something you'd want to consider. It very well could be. I know you had some, I saw columns in your plans, and I'm assuming that there's a structural relationship that continues through. But I'll just trust that that's the way it's working. But I think you've got yourself some really nice opportunities in regards to how you have a variety of experiences, and something that you can really sort of leverage further as you look to take advantage of those opportunities.
All right.
Chris, do you mind going back to your plans? Well, especially the plan of the living quarters?
Yeah. Give me a second. There we go.
Yeah, and can you zoom in to those living quarters?
Yeah. What is that? Sorry. Just trying.
No, it's okay.
I'm using PowerPoint for this, and okay. I don't know what happened there.
No worries. Yeah. So maybe as you find it and zoom into it, I'm just gonna raise like the issue of representation, also as a tool, not just to present your ideas, but probably to help you design or to better understand how representation can be used as a way of testing certain ideas, right, while you're making them. And I was looking at the rendered section, right, and I thought it was a very good way of understanding how light plays into the project. And in that section, right, like something that was very evident is like how on the top there are different moments of and qualities of light, right? And in the space that I was mentioning, maybe that could be stepped and it's just like a waiting area, or almost like a neutral zone, right? It has a very dim light that could be conducive with special artificial lights to provoke reading, etc., right? So, but now I'm looking at the plans, and I wonder if also a rendered plan could help you also organize program within based on light, right? And as Charlton was saying, like in what ways then you would start, breaking that roof condition to introduce light depending on the programs that you're allocating or organizing within that plan, right? So it is a way of testing by making, right? So, what happens if I move this wall 2 feet there or in this direction, or what happens if I move the skylight here, etc., right? So that you can start introduce another dimension to your drawings that are not just to represent the final conditions, but that they represent the conditions as you're making the conditions, right? So, and it's a very different way of also using representation and the tools to represent space, right? Because we tend to think, oh, well, for the final, I'm just going to render everything. But, sometimes when you're just, in the computer and you change from, a wireframe to rendered view, you can already immediately start to test those ideas, right? and that could be very, very nice. So for example, like in the darkest most space, then you have the bathrooms, right? Because then, okay, that could work, right? Or in the semi-dark spaces, then I don't know, storage and other sort of facilities that might be, let's say, sensible or sensitive to light. And little by little, right, like you start to adapt to different light conditions. Also, what is interesting about this is like, well, you're also dealing with the human eye, right, and human perception. So little by little, as we enter deeper into the project, our eyes also start to adapt to that, right? So how you calibrate that, and that raises the question, oh, I would love to see a reflected ceiling plan, right? And see how you're planning to introduce artificial light. You said, well, I hope that artificial light is able to compensate, but then that is as important as placing a wall, right? So in that way, you know, I would encourage you also to think about the reflected ceiling plan, to think about, you know, where the location of particular lighting fixtures and the temperature of that light might then start to influence those spaces and the sort of activities that they can accommodate.
Okay, super. Charlton, we have about 4 minutes. You have anything you want to add, to conclude with?
No, I mean, I think it's a very interesting project. I really appreciate the ambition of it.
Thank you.
I do have one last comment though. It's just like, I remember that in the middle of the presentation, Charlton asked you, hey, what do you mean by a courtyard in your project, right? And is that middle space? And I wonder if that space is also enclosed by the mountain, right? As it's represented in the plan, it is excavated. So we have mountain and then columns. Okay, that is interesting though. I would like to see that space. I would like to see, you know, a render of the space. But I wonder if that is the right nomenclature for that kind of space, right?
Yeah.
You know, you're indeed in your third year of architecture, right? So a courtyard is something else, right? This feels more of a atrium or, right? Like I would wonder, again, like how the specificity of names and types of rooms and types of spaces, right, can be appropriated or transgressed in the project as you start to change the parameters of those definitions, right? But I don't think it is a courtyard.
No, you know, as a matter of fact, I would suggest that you couldn't really name it by looking at the plan. You'd have to look at that. I mean, I think that section is very telling and gives you a lot of information. So when I look at the section, I don't look at that and go courtyard. I go think of something else. I don't know what is it, overlook or something.
Double height space.
Double height space.
Okay, thank you, Gabby.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
Hi, how are y'all?
Good.
I can share my screen. Can y'all see that?
Yes.
Alrighty, so this is my Glacial Research Center in the Orzal Alps. And I wanted to start by talking about our mid-review model, which we touched on earlier, but we were introduced presidents from Jean Privé, and my group got the total filling station, which is a relatively simple structure made of modules. And our two greatest additions were probably the spiral staircase and the balcony. And the concept that I kind of drew from this that I found was really interesting is that the staircase starts from the exterior and draws people inside into the interior core of the building, versus the balcony, which draws people to the exterior and to experience the vastness of the building. And so my first iteration from that, I was experimenting with how the building can arise from the site versus go back in, and kind of the push and pulling motion of that. And I used the Fibonacci sequence actually to develop the form based on proportion. And the other concept that I was starting to play around with at this point was axiality, which I integrated using a long central pathway that the form eventually surrounds. And so this was my next iteration, and the two major progress that I made with this is I introduced the hallway that cuts into the site and leads you through the site into the primary space. And so it's a very closed off section, but it also brings you into the site and brings you out of the site. And so you can look at the relationship between that. And also the middle part of the primary space has an angle that aligns with the mountain. And so it almost looks like it's arising from the site as well. And so I was playing with that and how I can cut deep and wrap around the site. And so our site, as we've mentioned, is the Alps. And the red in the diagram are the ski lifts and gondolas that go from my site, which I placed on the site of the hotel that was already there. And then I also just boxed in important areas like surrounding glaciers or lakes and the town below that connects to the ski lift. And so I made my building south facing because south facing light was what I was going for. And the red represents a ski lift and the blue represents a path. And so it was also a very accessible site, which I thought would be useful, especially in such an extreme setting. And so this was overall what I ended up with for my exterior structure. The two major guiding principles that I saw on the exterior was linearity and axiality and how it arises from the site and almost mimics the mountains in the background. And so I thought that the blending in of that made it fit more in the site. And I also was playing around with a lot of the rule of thirds. And so examples of that include using 3 primary materials such as metal, glass, and concrete, having 3 floors, and having 3 main sections where the primary living space and functional spaces are wedged between these 2 giant concrete walls. And so my first floor, you can see how you enter into the first floor and go down this long central hallway, which is cut into the land. And as you get there, you're immediately introduced to 2 different axes. You can either continue on the central hallway that you've been going on, or you can choose to go up to the stairs and ascend to different levels. And so as I was starting to play with axes and the ascent through the building, I was looking at the relationship with light. And so as you ascend through the building, it also gets brighter and more open. And so the first floor is the darkest floor, and that was intentional on my part. But if you continue to go through that floor, you'll reach a horizontal axis, which allows people to assimilate more throughout the space. And so we have the lab area, the public living spaces such as kitchen, art room, dining room, gym. And then I also did some axial diagrams just based off of that floor plan. And so you can see the blue on the left, the very central cross, that is the main 2 axes. And then the light blue on the left diagram is also the door frames all align on a horizontal axis. And so I thought that was important to point out secondarily. And this is my second floor, which features the private living spaces. And I wanted to make this more of an intimate floor. And so you can definitely, once you get there, you can just arise to the top floor, or you can choose to go to your room or go to the chapel or storage. And then finally, this is the third floor, which is the most open floor, which with floor to ceiling glass walls, there's multiple seating areas and there's cutouts in the concrete in which you can also sit. And so this render is showing that pathway that starts the central axes. And then another thing that I thought that this render pointed out is how the roof is developed, and it's still arising from the site, but it's also split into 3 tiers to allow more light in on the other side as well. And then this is just the other perspective of the renders. And this is it frontward or south facing. So this is the glass curtain wall. And then these are just construction details. I did a smaller detail of the glass panels with the mullions. And then I also had a precast concrete or a cast on site concrete system. And so I wanted to do a longitudinal section rendered because you can also see the light gradient and how that kind of progresses through the spaces. And so you start in this very dark tunnel, and you can either have a vertical ascension towards the light or just go towards the end of the structure where it gets lighter as well. And then this light diagram is just showing what I was trying to portray. And so this render is just the cross section, and it shows the verticality of all the rooms, the modularity of the bedroom specific, how accessible that is to the public space. And then I wanted to include the exploded axon to show not only the relationship between each floor and how that can be split apart, but also how it can be unified through this staircase. And so in a series of renders I did to look at how light is perceived throughout the ascension that I've been talking about. And so this first perspective is the very dark tunnel. And I was trying to intentionally have it very dark and have the intentional blocking of views. And so as someone's progressing down this tunnel, they're kind of thinking like where they're going and what they're expecting. And they have time to ponder that as they're going down through this light towards the end of the tunnel. And so this is the staircase that you reach, in which you have a decision point where you can either arise to the light or you can just continue around it to the rest of the floor. And I almost thought that it was kind of like it was being marked, like this decision point, by the heavenly light shining down to the top floor, from the top floor. And so you can continue to arise to the second floor, and you have the possibility of going around to a room, or you can just go up to the top floor, which is framed by these columns. And so this is just building suspense as you're reaching the top floor, in which you have opportunities to go interior, exterior, take in the views. You can sit or you can study. There's a lot. I wanted it to be a very multifunctional, multi-purpose room. And then I also included a video just so you could see the process. And I think that's pretty much. Thank y'all.
Can you bring up your ground floor plan again?
Yes.
So the tunnel is, how is it constructed? I mean, it has, is it just cut through the rock, or is it also, does it also have walls delineated by concrete, things of that nature?
It had metal.
Reading it, I look at this and I read it as a tunnel through rock, but when I see the renders and the other drawings, it seems like it's a, that it has concrete walls or whatever.
Right, it has metal paneling on the walls, and then it has concrete floors and ceilings. I actually didn't add thickness to this hallway in the plan, which I didn't notice before, so that might.
Okay, yeah, it should be.
Well,
yeah, because I'm just going to react to the things that sort of came at me at first blush. And my other question was, what controls the dimension of those major concrete walls? I mean, they seem massive.
Right, they actually go down in thickness. You can kind of see right here, but originally I was going to carve into it for storage, such as snowmobiles and such. We just moved away from that, but I liked the idea of two very monumental concrete walls sandwiching in a primary space. And so I thought, for one, it just made a statement. And secondarily, it kind of forced people to look upward and ascend as it starts to thin. And
yeah.
So, sorry.
No, it does do that, yes. It's one of the things where I think you'd have to sort of really think seriously about what that would cost in terms of, first of all, it's a very difficult site to build on. And there's going to be an extraordinary expense for that effect. And I think the effect might be something worth pursuing, but the means of getting there right now, I can't see it being justified. And I think there's also a question of like, how do you want to convey that in regards to plan, where if it's tapering, then you would draw it in a different way probably than is currently depicted. So, and that's just the initial reaction that I had towards it.
Right. Yeah. I understand that.
You know, it's really interesting the way the perspective that you gave us of the series of renderings and also the MPEG sort of, it's interesting the feeling of relief you get when you're at the top, and then also, you know, it's like everything is so foreboding, you know, and it's with an intentionality to it, and it's so, you know, it's really dark, and there's this sense that you can say it's mysterious, but it's also kind of frightening. You can say that as well, because you're going down this dark hallway and you're saying there's a light at the end of the tunnel, but what is it about, and things of that nature. And so I get that, but you know, it seems to work pretty well, because by the time you get to the top and all of a sudden there's the mountaintop revealing itself again, and you know, and there's a big expanse of glass, and you're going like, there's a feeling of relief. But I worry about the harshness of the materials, the thickness, all those sort of things. I think to some degree, particularly if you're going there and, you know, if you're living there, I worry about whether or not there needs to be, you know, it's been taken to one extreme. Now maybe it needs to back away from and be really calibrating about the use of materiality and the use of these, like the size of the spaces. Everything is so monumental. I think that what you really might want to do now is say, okay, where can I taper this? Where can I calibrate this more? Where can I have a little bit more sensitivity to having an awareness of this really contrasting, stark, hard materials, monumentality, but how do I balance that in other areas to where it has just the best of both worlds? I can keep my monumentality, but I can also make it more humanistic in a certain sense, and understand scale and proportion and things of that nature. I think it's gone to one extreme, which I always encourage students to like push the envelope, and then you sort of figure out like, where's that pendulum swing back to in a certain sense. And I think that, you know, to get to the latter part, you really have to sort of push it to an extreme, then see how do I want to now better control this? You know, it's like if monumentality is my goal, then check, I've accomplished that. But then now how do I understand in a very much more thoughtful way how I can mitigate against some of that, and pick the moments where you want to keep that extreme monumentality exterior and at the apex, but then in between spaces need to be a little bit more calibrated, I think.
Okay.
So Gabby, thanks for your presentation. I have to say that, you know, presented with this image and many of the images of your project, I couldn't help but think of Soviet monuments that are, you know, like all over Eastern Europe, but that, you know, they have become like this little vestiges of a time, of a way of thinking, and a way of also acting and reacting to the landscape. And there is a Dutch photographer, Jan Kampenaers. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but anyways, what is interesting is that he thought or saw those monuments as like picturesque follies, right? And of course, like the theory of the picturesque, right, as an aesthetic category, I guess like it's the first time I've ever heard someone apply that to a very brutalist kind of architecture, right? But because, you know, of all the romanticism and the relationship to the landscape, that comes from the tradition of picturesque painting in art history. But anyways, what I'm trying to say though is that the theory of the picturesque always relates of how we rationalize landscapes, right? And how we rationalize those landscapes from the human perspective, because in the end, it's how we're able to take our knowledge from the world, right? So, you know, probably echoing Charlton's question of the thickness of the walls and how they operate and why they are the way in which they are, I wonder if beyond just being, you know, thick walls that exist for an aesthetic purpose, they can also become operational, right? They can become research tools, right? They're so massive and they're so grandiose, right? That when the snow melts or when the glaciers stop to exist, right? Like we can see markers of that embedded or marked within the thickness of the walls themselves, right? As a marker, as an indicator of, a past or something like that. So I wonder, in what ways something that is just merely architectural and there and conditioned by aesthetic intentions, it can become something other, right? Also to address, many of the issues we've talked with many of your previous classmates, right, that have already presented. I wonder if, because of the size or the span between the two walls, if you were to reduce that span, maybe that is the entire structure of everything, then you don't need to cast more concrete, right? Just bring enough concrete just to cast those two, and the rest are, let's say, a steel structure. Then, we bring little by little a beam and another beam, etc. I don't know how it would work. I'm not the greatest at building technology, but just again, thinking about the process of how things emerge and how you rationalize that landscape, I start to think, well, in what ways can we use the resources and the materials that you have brought here and render them even more useful, or to serve, a grander purpose, right? So that is like, my first impression. And if you have time, I will copy here the link to the photographs of that photographer. But then, if we go to your plans, and I wonder, Judith, if this was a studio requirement, but there is a strong symmetry in the spatial organizations of all the students' work, right? And I wonder if that was a requirement or okay, yeah. So so anyways,
be looking at, no, I have many that are quite the opposite.
Oh, I see. So you just group them so that we can see them in a row.
Not on purpose.
Okay.
But now that you mention it.
Yeah. So it's just like you talked a lot about your the axes, right, Gabby, that created and organized the space, and how little by little you were things became sections or proportionally related to the previous space or the first overarching subdivision of the space, right? We have almost a cube, right, or almost a square, and that is subdivided into two, horizontal bars that then get subdivided by these three vertical bars. But then there are weird things that happen, right? From the way in which you treat the initial first subdivisions with the secondary ones, even the tertiary ones, right? You end up having here for the gymnasium and this study area, this very long and narrow spaces that are a little bit awkward to inhabit and a little bit awkward to live within, right? So I wonder if it's worth reconsidering, right? That secondary subdivision, and in order to create, more generous spaces for the sort of activities that exist there. I question like this sort of secondary corridors or hallways when you have like this super amazing space over here, right? That unites and connects everything together, right? So that is just an observation of, how important like the hierarchies of spaces and the analytical abstract subdivision of a plan is able to produce and at various scales, right? So so I don't know, it's just like I thought that this was the most awkward space in the project.
Yeah, no,
when you have like this super generous circulation spaces, right?
Mhm.
And then if you don't mind, can you go to the next floor? Yeah, but then I see the space, and then it's like, oh yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like also a way of challenging that primary subdivision with the secondary and even tertiary subdivisions. And I think like these are interesting spaces, like circulation, or also spaces for stay in and to share and to socialize. So I'm just curious, like beyond the scalies, how do you imagine those spaces being appropriated, right? They're awkward because they provide circulation, but at the same time, they're there, right? Like they're at the heart of everything. So I'm curious to know more about the qualities of those spaces, because they're, again, like extremely generous, and they're just more than circulation. They have the opportunity to be spaces of friction and of engagement and interaction, right? And then, you know, for someone who, you know, went through the effort of taking us through a walkthrough and everything, and the attention to materials and how certain materials are able to provoke certain experiences. If you go to your next image or two, I question your railing. I think go other two.
Oh, sorry, this one?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't like the greatest fan of this railing, right? So I'm just, you know, curious about in what ways ideas of framing the landscape can become part of the static vocabulary of elements such as the railing, right? As something that helps frame or doesn't produce a visual barrier, right? Like if it's just glass, how would that change? How would that read, right? Or if it were a continuation of the slab, right? How would that read, right? With regards to the monumentality of those walls to the side. So, I mean, the project is very interesting. I can say a lot more about it, but I'm curious how, you know, all of these ideas are coming together. And then, you know, things that could be important to revise is to understand also how the mullions of one floor or the walls that subdivide this floor, you know, also alter or might change how the floor beneath or above also start to get articulated, so that the plan and the facade in a way create certain exterior conditions that might be worth also revising.
Yeah, I think my parting comment would be, and I have to run up to a meeting here in a second, but I think there's some things that were probably more of a byproduct of getting their like something complete for a rendering, as opposed to it really being thought out as a, you know, the next layer of resolution. And I think the materiality and things like the railing and things that are actually pretty significant when you have a pretty limited palette of materials already, then everything sticks out even more so because of a minimalist sort of approach. And you just have to really be, you know, I think even in the plan, some of those spaces that were left over because the bedrooms were created, and the bathrooms and bedrooms were created, and this is a resultant space, and it's not really been really scrubbed in regards to how it actually can be a space that is all that it can be in that regard. The one thing I will say to everyone is that, and to Judy as well, is that what I really appreciate about what I saw today was that you guys are really exerting your own sort of voices, and every project is different. Your ideas and things you wish to pursue, you're pursuing heartily. And I mean, this is like the time, you know, when you're moving into second and third year and beyond, where you really are allowed to do that. And I think that you guys are taking advantage of that in a good way. And I think it's just a question of like everyone had something really interesting that they were putting on the table as a premise. And I think it's just a question of saying, how do I complete the picture? How do I actually hit on all the points? How do I make it holistically more complete and resolved? I think you're headed in the right direction in that regard. So that would be my parting comments. I apologize for having to leave, but I have to go pick a fight with the provost office. So.
Got your box of gloves?
I'm ready. Bob and weave. Zana, great to see you.
Bye, Charlton. It was very nice to see you too.
Good. Congratulations, guys. Some good work. Some good conversations as well. Thank you for inviting me.
Thanks, Charlton.
Yep.
Thank you.
Parting comments?
I do have comments. Sometimes I feel like I can speak nonstop, and I apologize sometimes for, you know, like the almost free stream of thought. that I have unleashed. But what I loved about the project, or like the premise of the studio and this particular project, is that because it's such an extreme site and it's such an extreme condition, right? It begs the question, what is essential, right? Like, and in your project, Gabby, like it's very, very fundamental to answer to this question, right? Like 2 walls are enough, right, to produce enough as a platform for architecture to emerge, right? Both symbolically but also operationally, right? Like if again, like if we think about them as being absolutely the primordial structure, and everything then gets articulated based on how much work and labor it would take to build them, right? Then they're the fundamental essence of the project, right? And similarly, you know, when we saw Jacob's project, when we were talking about what it would take to excavate and to bring the formwork, everything, right? Like those are the few actions necessary to then develop the entirety of the project, right? So so these are interesting questions. You know, with Chris, like how you bring light in, something that it's, you know, as basic and as important as that, but it becomes the driver for everything else, right? So now that you guys have finished your work, I would ask you then to reflect a little bit about that, to reflect about what you have learned from the process of making these projects, and then really ask yourself the question, oh, how is architecture presented and, you know, redefined by what you have done, right? And those are, you know, marvelous moments of self-knowledge as well, right? How can you learn from what you did, what you make, right? Most of the time we're given a lot of references in school, like, oh, you should look at this, you should look at that. Like, now that have you seen your own work and the work of your classmates, how can you also learn from them and from yourself? So thank you, congratulations, everyone.
Thank you. I think those are fabulous comments. Thank you so much.
Of course. Well,
all right, guys, we're gonna thank you.
Bye.
Thanks.
Cheers. We're gonna reconvene again at 3 o'clock. Okay. We have 3 more projects to look at 3. We're gonna take a kind of odd break between 4 and 4:30 because I actually have to be in a meeting, believe it or not, that I absolutely could not get out of, but it won't take more than half an hour. So anyway, you can go off and do what you want to do and just come back at 3 o'clock, okay? Cool. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just trying to process it. I mean, is this something that might get better? Or is the fact that it's still there just means that it's still there? And it was supposed to be fixed and it's still there. Hello? Hello? Professor McCall. Professor Atkinson, what continent are you on? Up, you're muted. Let's see.
9 in the evening, Judy.
So you are in England?
I am in London, yes.
Oh, and how is it there?
Cold and wintry, and but interesting. I've been locked down. They cancelled my flight, and it was probably too dangerous anyway. So it's been an interesting period of studio until midnight.
I guess you and Igor were sort of in the same position. I think he's back now, but he taught for the first 2/3, well, until Thanksgiving, I think, from France, from Paris. So he was doing studio until midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Wilfried, I've just left a minute ago, and he is later still. So he's been going on, and I have one student in China who's been doing studio at 3 o'clock in the morning, which has been quite interesting. But people are resilient. It's quite wonderful.
I don't know. I'm starting to feel a little beat up. My resilience is
I'm probably more beaten up from politics and the extravagant carelessness of people making the world dangerous than I am of our community. I think our group have been incredible, frankly, and stayed very safe. Mike, how are you doing?
Well, fairly well, actually. Pretty good. Things are I'm in one time zone. I do a little bit of stuff in California still, but pretty much I'm Central Time Zone or Western Time Zone, so that's pretty easy. And I've been like amazed at how, you say resilient. I think that's a good word. I thought it would be a lot more difficult to do this with so much of it on Zoom. My class started hybrid and we met a lot. And then as soon as this peak hit West Campus, I said, I'm not coming here anymore.
Wow.
Yeah.
The students, I don't know, some of them just sort of run through getting COVID and they don't seem to, they get sick, but it's, I'm just more worried about, myself. My daughter has immune disease and she's got a little baby girl. So I don't want to bring, that stuff into the family and have somebody get really sick.
Yeah.
Me, they'd probably all be glad if I just disappeared, but that's another issue.
I have a lot of family on the front line, and it's tragic. It's completely tragic.
Well, there's Nicole. Hi, Nicole.
There we are.
Nicole, good to see you.
I'm going to go ahead and get started.
Medicine?
Huh?
In medicine, Simon?
Yeah, I have 3. One who's on the front line in northern Minnesota, which is terrible. My niece has got, she runs a whole piece of a hospital. She has 174 people on ventilators. It's serious. My other niece who's specialist doctor, she got really sick from it and couldn't move, so ill.
Has she recovered?
Sorry?
Has she recovered?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
But she's really, she's one of the most vibrant people you could ever come across. And but you look at it, you're working round the clock in a hospital. It's very difficult to avoid it.
Yeah,
anyway,
almost impossible. Hey, when I was
ice culture.
When I was in college, undergraduate, in art school of all places, I'm worse than Nicole's husband. I worked in the U.S. Forest Service as a firefighter, and nobody yet has thanked me for my service.
Well, I thank you.
Oh, thank you.
you,
Simon.
Now, publicly.
Thank you very, very much.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to get started. We've got a sort of an odd schedule this last session. We only have 3 projects, which is great because we have time to talk about them. However, I have a meeting I have to step out for at 4 o'clock that I could not reschedule and absolutely can't miss. So from 4 to 4:30, we're going to take a break. If we're not quite through, talking about that particular project, I mean, I can step away. You guys can keep chatting and I'll come back, okay?
I think we'll keep going.
Okay, well.
Both Simon and I are long-winded.
Well, I was going to say that midnight's approaching.
Yeah. Nicole and Mike are very familiar with this project. Nicole was on John Blood's review yesterday. John's teaching the same course. Mike is coordinating this course, so he's intimately familiar with it. Simon, I'm going to give you sort of a brief overview. These students are in their 5th semester. This is the intermediate, the old intermediate 3, what was called integration, which sort of took the place of sound building. However, unlike sound building, I mean, it's taking place in their 5th semester, so they don't have the same sort of curricular knowledge under their belts yet that they would have in sound building, okay? However, they are responsible this semester for beginning to think about systems integration, a structural proposal that supports their project, and codes to a certain extent. It is limited in that they're only in their 1st semester of EC, so it's a little hard to talk about systems when they haven't been introduced to them yet. It's a little hard to talk about code when they haven't been introduced to that yet. So I wouldn't say that the requirements are watered down, but they are more limited. Our expectations are more limited than they would have been with sound building, okay? Oops. This semester, Mike came up with this great proposal. We wanted to get the students to begin to think about climate change and its impact on architecture. And so he came up with the idea of having the students look or build on what we called an extreme site, one that is impacted somehow by climate change, might be in the future. We also wrote the program brief to kind of begin to address climate change in the architectural proposal as well. So the site is in the Alps. I don't know if you remember Ötzi, the Iceman, the little frozen mummy guy that they found a couple of years ago. Actually, because the glacier there was receding, this mummified body was found by a couple of hikers, right? Very close to the Austrian-Italian border. So close, in fact, that his citizenry, I guess, was contested. I think the Italians claimed him and then found out the border wasn't where they thought it was. And so the Austrians wound up in possession, but they kind of share him. I could have that backwards too. So the program this semester is the design of a research facility. And it's a research facility to investigate the effects of glaciation, the receding glaciers. And, but also there's an anthropological wing. So the idea was that they would be both looking ahead to the future, potential impact of climate change, continued impact of climate change on the glaciers, and also looking to the past, for which Ötzi was obviously the inspiration. It's a smaller building than we've done in the past for sound building. It's 8,500 square feet. It's intended to house 8 to 10 researchers. So there are 2 labs, living units for 8 to 10 researchers, some administrative support program, a gym, a communal living area. There's an idea for a chapel, okay? The site itself is relatively remote and inaccessible. There is no road. It can be accessed by one of the network of trails that actually moves up through that area. So during the summer, there's a lot of hiking that happens. The site that we chose to work on within that network is at the confluence of a gondola that comes up from a small town and a ski lift that comes up the other way. So it's actually, it runs along a ridge, and these two lifts kind of converge at this ridge at the site of an existing hotel. So we gave the students the option of removing the hotel and just using the existing plinth that's left there, of integrating the hotel, which nobody did, or of working anywhere within a 1 kilometer area around the hotel, okay? So what have I forgotten? I think that's it. So we're gonna go ahead and get started.
Can I just say one thing for clarity? It's a little confusing to describe it in my mind as sound building because the students are still going to do a comprehensive studio. So this is, okay. So it's really not, that's still coming up. So Simon, just to think about it that way.
I just didn't want Simon to have the same expectations for what he was gonna see that he would have seen in sound building.
Judith, some of us were really involved in the whole discussion and working out what the sequence would be. So I'm pretty familiar. Okay. Thank you.
Good. Good. Perfect.
That came up in Samelia's review, and there was a little, I think, initially confusing what the expectations were. So I just wanted to say that. Good. Thank you.
All right. So we are going to start with Matthew. Aren't we?
We hope.
Matthew.
We seem to have a considerable amount of absenteeism.
I have 3 students who are not, I had a total of 12 students. I have 3 that are not presenting today for various reasons. So, yeah.
So they're not presenting because?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Okay, that's fine.
Whoever has Matthew's text number, give him a quick call, please.
Yeah, Matthew has been having Wi-Fi and computer issues all semester. We could go ahead and start with Joseph. Joseph, are you ready to go?
His picture looks like he's asleep.
Yes, I can go if you want to move on.
Yes, Joseph, why don't you?
Yeah.
All right. Give me 1 second to pull it up. Oh, wait. Matthew's here.
All right. Wake up, little Matthew.
Morning. All right, you ready to go?
Yeah. I was here, but okay. Let me share my screen. Okay, so this is my project. Sorry. Sorry. So the whole project is about removal and insertion of objects, and about leaving impacts and things that are removed and things that are sort of left behind. So this is the site map. So this is the site of the project. It's in the Tyrolean Alps in Italy, and the Italy-Austria border, which is denoted by this long line here. This square is 500 kilometers square, and that's where I chose to place my site on the peak of a mountain. And then the bottom left square is a nearby town at a lower valley. And then the square on the top right is where Otzi the Iceman was found, which is a recent archaeological find that was only found because of the growing Anthropocene, which is the idea that we as humans are becoming the new main driver of the environment. And then this is the site plan for the building. So I guess I'm wrong first. Sorry, it's the building is a dual research center and living quarters for archaeologists and glaciologists who are studying glacial recessions. So half of it is them studying Otzi the Iceman and the archaeology nearby, and then the other half is studying climate change and glacial recession and looking to mitigate climate change in the future. So my building is, what I'm proposing is on the top of this mountain, there's a huge cut into the peak of the mountain. And then the building is actually a series of removable modules that are then placed on a series of beams and platforms and sort of suspended within this huge crevice. So my entire structural system would be essentially these huge, these main cores that actually stick into the ground. And then the rest of the building would be supported by these long platforms that span across the crevice. These beams that you can see here that insert themselves into the core. I mean, into the crevice. And then these modules you can start to see that stack on top of the floors. So the sort of assembly and disassembly process that I'm proposing would be to actually quarry out the site. So the first process would be sort of this really long process of quarrying out the site itself and the granite that's there. And so all the stone would be cut out and removed. And the actual cutting of the stone begins to sort of have a relationship with the modules and with the building in terms of both the dimensions of the stone and the modules and the way the structure is laid out. Then these planes and large beams and cores would begin to be inserted. So here you can see the core systems, an elevator core on the right. The middle core is sort of like this utility shaft, and on the left is a core that serves as structural support and also supports ice core storage below. And then finally, after the modules are assembled, and so after the building is gone through its first phase, and hopefully, theoretically, either, you know, there's one end goal. Either we learn to symbiotically live with the environment and there's less of a need for this research center, or perhaps there's more of a need and they need the larger research center somewhere else. This building could be disassembled and these modules would be removed and used in some other use somewhere else. And all that would be left are these cores and the crevice and the cuts and the gashes and whatever was left over. And these little stubs here that are the leftover of the structure. And then the building essentially would become sort of a memorial to our impact on the environment that people could go and visit. And then the idea is thousands and thousands of years after that, this site would sort of become its own archaeological site. And future archaeologists would look at this and look at this crevice on the top of this mountain and themselves wonder, okay, what the heck were they doing? Why did they decide to create this here? And so that's the gist of the project. Here are some study models. And then here are some plaster models, and then looking at the two ways that I treated stone. On the top is at the core. Some party diagrams. The one on the left is showing that series of processions that I was trying to talk about. And then the one on the right is outlining the main structural and formal system. Some exterior renders. So the thing you see on the left is this tunnel that lines up with the elevator shaft.
That should have gone off earlier.
You got to take that, Matt.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Keep going.
And this is so another thing that I was trying to pay attention to was the use of light and how light changes as you sort of go further down into the crevice. So this is a render of a space inside the crevice, and what I was proposing was sort of this almost all glass facade. So the outside part of the modules would be glass, and it would be these series of fritted glass panels that would allow for different opacities of light and thermal insulation. So if you're down in that crevice and maybe you want a lot of light in because it's a living space, you could have a lot of light. But then for other places, like artifact storage, you really want that diffusal of light and to control the amount of light that gets in, because that could harm the artifacts. And then this is my interior chapel space. So the chapel would be the one programmatic exception, and it is like the other spaces into the mountain. It is actually carved into the mountain, and it would be the only space, the only program that remains after everything is removed. So while everything else is quarried, this would actually be painstakingly sort of carved into the side of the mountain. Here is a render showing what it would look like after it was removed. So these are the sort of monolithic cores, and then up there you can see the chapel, which would remain. This is just a diagram showing how I generated both program and form. I wanted the thing to read as one volume instead of, I was having trouble having it be like this random arbitrary stack of boxes. And so I decided to treat the form of the building the same way I was treating the site, which was to just have this volume and then start taking out and removing a bunch of pieces. And then I began to shift them to sort of bring light in from above to spaces down below. So I would shift them out and move places on the top back. And then finally, I just started to adjust those that sequence to make space for the cores. And then this is just a diagram of the program that also developed alongside the form, because where things should be and how the height of where things are depend on views and thermal needs and needs for light. So like private living is above because you need views out, whereas this sort of like education space is, and this public entrance is below to create a sensual experience with the stone, as well as the artifact and ice core storage, because you sort of want that less amount of light and that higher degree of control. This is a section showing that light coming through the building. So this is a section through the chapel intervention, as well as this first core system here. This is a section coming through the lower entrance, as well as the elevator shaft. And then this is a longitudinal section going through that middle core that also serves as the HVAC. And that brings utilities through the building. And then this is the showing just how the sort of kit of parts that start to create the modules. And so every module would be sort of created from the same kit, and then just depending on where it is, shows how many glass panels it would need and what the panels on each side would be. And then this is just a perspective, just a wall section perspective showing the actual connection between those modules. Okay, real quick. So for another class that I'm in, we had to do a project at the end of the year, and it's based on heating and cooling loads and electricity. And so I asked because I knew there was a lot of glass in my building, so I asked if I could find out the heating and cooling loads of this building. So that's what I did. So I found out, so I actually took this wall section that was based on a few precedents, and I figured out all the U factors and R values of all the different systems. And one thing I was really struggling with was the glass, because it was proposing a full glass facade in the Alps. So I looked at a few precedents and came across this one. So I literally just looked at that, the glass that Herzogenaurach used in this building, and I replicated that and did a bunch of really boring calculations. And
I
then
should real quickly that Matthew is a dual degree student, so he's in the engineering sequence, out of sequence with respect to the rest of the students in the class, as far as the construction and EC courses go. But clearly ahead in other ways.
I don't know about that, but yeah, this was just something I proposed for another class, and I thought it was relevant because the idea was to use it to my advantage to see if this would, not only if this would work, but what I could do to change it. So what I found out was that this sort of heating load rule of thumb, that's just general rule of thumb that I found from our textbook, is 20 to 60 BTUs per square foot. And my building, with that super crazy insulated glass, neglecting the fact that it's in the mountain, is 59 BTUs per square foot. So technically it's possible. Obviously not ideal, because the average heating load would be 25 to 40 BTUs per square foot. Then finally, these are just floor plans. So this is the second basement level. this first one showing the cores and all the cores, which are the only things that would be left after everything was removed. I decided to represent with red to show that they're the only things that are both left over and continuous throughout the entire project. This is a ground floor plan showing where those sections were cut. Third. This is starting to show where that chapel is, and the white denotes the structure that would go into the crevice. Fifth. And finally, the sixth. And that is my project. Thank you.
So Matthew, I think that in 10,000 years after Armageddon, and then the people that did survive rediscover electricity and the History Channel comes back, they're going to have a show on this project about how it had to be built by aliens from outer space. That was supposed to be a joke. Go back to sleep, man. Either laugh at my jokes or go back to sleep.
sorry. I just.
Am I on mute again? You know, whatever. Simon and Nicole, what do you guys think?
Well, let me begin a tangent. Things happen in your life, Matthew, but you've got a serious proposal that is well calibrated, and I think you could have got off to a much better start, if I may say so. This is a professional meeting, but let's move on from that. Yeah, it's an interesting proposition. One part could say, tread lightly on the land. I think in this one that's got this extreme robustness to it becomes interesting. But I've 2 or 3 points that I wanted to question you over. One is, I'm surprised that there isn't, as part of your proposition, a statement of what happens to the cutouts that are taking place here, because they're important. They're very difficult to transport, they're heavy, and I thought you were going to have something of the potential that they had in their own right. Then I move on from that and say, this is fundamentally about climatic research, about being able to gauge in detail what is happening in the exterior environment, but at the same time, it should be what is happening in the interior environment. So to go way back into the Dark Ages, I think one of the first or earliest architectural studies of working with extreme cold temperature, which this has at times, was Erskine's study of an Arctic village, and where he looked very carefully at the whole issues of solar protection and solar gain. So coming to the point, I think there are 2 or 3 things where, and particularly with you being dual degree, you could be picking up on. Firstly, you could be transporting the solar gain. So in other words, you have a sort of adaptation of passive solar that you could be using with this building, and you are apologizing for the glazing. I was looking at the other way around, and I was saying, here you have a floor pad that is heat absorbent, that you can transfer that energy mass and store that energy mass, and then use it perhaps at night through that period, which led me to saying, if you're digging out, I'm very surprised that you didn't have these cores being geothermal cores. doing drilling is really expensive, but once you're doing it, putting down geothermal cores seems pretty obvious. So we've got firstly the sun and capturing that. Secondly, we've got the geothermal core. Then thirdly, I'd have thought you would have had voltaics. So you've 2 or 3 ways here, and I'm talking about things that I think you hopefully will begin to move on to if you're very interested in this dialogue of developed engineering with architecture. One is obviously what we've known for a long time now of the ability of the solar panel. And of course, not of course, but the main development and research in the world is taking place not a great distance from here with massive developments, but you can have voltaics in your windows. So you could look, if you look at the work of Z Factory, for example, the voltaics are embedded in the glass. The amount of energy that you would get off that glass, you could probably power the entire building, particularly if you had battery storage. I've another point I wanted to go on to and question you about the technology, but I'll be quiet for a moment.
I appreciate the ambition and the story. I think that's really interesting. I think Simon already touched on the potential of the blocks themselves. I'm assuming this is a pretty hard stone, right? I mean,
yes. Sorry, it's granite gneiss, so it's a metamorphic rock, and I was that was a big challenge that I was really trying to think about the use for the stone. One thing I was thinking about proposing, which obviously wouldn't take care of the whole issue, but was because I'm trying to use local materials, would be to actually use the granite gneiss in an aggregate for the concrete that would be used for the cores. I did some research on it, and it's not the greatest compressive strength, but it's certainly enough for the purposes of this building, I believe, if you actually use the granite gneiss, which it could be a possibility, but obviously there's a lot more stone than just the concrete in my building.
I mean, when we talk about extreme climates, we're also talking about impacts on climate change, right? And so I see this as really viable material to work with your project. And you also presented it as something that completes the experience. You talked about the distinction between the chapel and then how the character of that surface and how it might be chiseled or carved away versus the cutting of the block to make the initial volumes for the building. And I think you described it as, I think you may have said crevasse or something, but something, I mean, it's like a cave. You're making a place to be protected within this environment by removing some of the stone. And so given that, I want to experience it, one, but I also see it as a really viable material that I'm spending a lot of effort, money, energy, resources to cut it and then to remove it seems really extreme. And so I could imagine that there's a way that you could still have quite a bit of glass, right? And that there might be a reason Simon has talked about absorbing the warmth of the sun at times within the building, view and so on, but you could have glass paired with stone, which I think could be really fantastic. I find it unusual that you've pulled your building away from all the sides or the most of the sides, if not all the sides of this cut. And so you're making a void in which you are putting the building back in, but it's not benefiting from the existing walls that it could connect to potentially, right? It's partly pragmatic, but it's also really thinking about how those materials could speak to the experience of being within this place in another way, a much more intimate way. I could also imagine that in looking at this environment when you did the sections, I wanted to keep drawing the snow coming into the pit, like what happens when the snow comes in. And those types of things are, for me, both, a problem. What happens when all this snow melts? How far up does it fill up? But also, it's also a beautiful question, like how does the building get buried or not buried or respond, lift above the snow and the change of seasons and things like that. So I'm completely enamored with the initial move, and I think you've taken it forward in a very logical way. I do have a few questions of those steps along the way, like could I not use the material? Do I not want to touch the edges of the cut? How can I sort of really amplify the stone glass relationship? I'm sure you've talked about these things and thought about them. So maybe my comments are about going in a different direction and one that you chose not to do.
It was originally touching the sides, and then I decided to if I wanted it to seem truly as it was sort of suspended formally in this crevice as a really powerful gesture, then I decided to pull it away. But yeah, I didn't consider that effect of not touching the stone. And then also I really agree with the sort of what I think you were talking about, how that sort of connection with the glass and the stone, and possibly using those blocks more within the architecture. Like, now I'm thinking like, okay, what if, I had this whole modular like kit of parts, but what if the stone blocks started to become part of that kit of parts, and then also sort of started to become part of the building itself, which I think is really interesting.
Absolutely, and there are a number of architects that you could look at. I know there's some French people that were working with the big stone work. I think they actually did some housing projects, which is sort of interesting. So there might be people to look at for that.
So Matthew, I think this is a really fascinating project, and I think really well documented and rendered. I think I like your drawings very much, and once I didn't mind your presentation. I do agree with Simon. It's time now to get professional and make sure you set your alarm on time and stuff like that.
Sorry.
But, no, it's not. I'm not really reprimanding you much for that. I don't, you know what I mean? I'm just saying. And then here's, I sort of have a different read on this, maybe. I'm seeing this as taking conceptual art almost to a monumental scale. And so when you quarry the mountain, I agree with everybody, that has to be a purpose in that. And I'm not sure that I would say you use the blocks in this building or not, if you use them actually in architecture or not, or if it's monumental sculpture somewhere else, if it's a field operation somewhere, a la, a granite Donald Judd type thing or something. I don't know, but I wish you had a narrative on that. Then I look at the building, and I think Simon started to really hit on this, especially from an engineering point of view as well. But really, it needs to be the perfect building then. It has to be absurdly perfect for its use, and the fact that it's the epitome of what the mitigating architecture could be in the Anthropocene, yet in an absurd excavation. And then it becomes like so ambivalent and wonderful to me. This is just my read, right? So I don't know if Mary Miss is somebody who's done a number of, or the Smithsons, the spiral jetty earth, or large scale earth, sort of monumental earth sculpture, conceptual art is not like a myth. It exists. And then your whole notion of disassembling, I think kind of works, but I'm wondering why you're not reassembling and bringing in all the pieces of stone. But that's just my read again, right? So what I'm really going to try to challenge you to do is, I think that you're really bright, you're really talented, you're doing this thing, it's semi-serious and semi-flippant. I want you to really concentrate on the seriousness. And I mean, we're in a position where this stuff's deadly serious. And we're talking about mass extinction. I mean, worse than when all those earthquakes went off in Turkey. So,
well, the seriousness is part of the missing dimension of your presentation. You talked about deconstruction, but you didn't talk about fabrication. And I'm sorry to cut in on you, Mike, but I think you're onto a really important point. Go to the detailed section. Okay, let's talk about fabrication, because I'm not seeing it in this. So in other words, I explored in my own mind whilst you were speaking, would I go for a solid heat retaining slab? And I said, probably not in this location. I go for a lightweight fabrication of very carefully sourced materials. And I'd be thinking about the transportation of those materials. But you left that chapter out and you just simply said, well, here's the section. And I don't quite see how it builds. In other words, you could have one where these become or are discrete modular units that then stack. You could have ones where you put in the equivalent of a scaffolding structure that would make a lot of sense, and that could come up in very manageable parts. You could have a series of constructed load-bearing walls that you sprung everything off and so on. So tell us, how does this work? How do you fabricate this building?
So the cores would be cored out first, and those cores would be built up and cast in place, and then you can kind of see it right here where these beams go in, and that would be cut out and cast in place as well, and then there would be prefabricated beams that would then connect at this sort of moment connection, and then of course that leftover is sort of what's left behind. But then I think you started to talk about this. Yeah, the modules themselves are prefabricated fixed frames, and that would be the floor panels would go on across the beams on this metal perforated, this corrugated metal, and then the modules would simply stack on.
That's a modular decking that you've got there.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, and then the modules would just stack on, and then all these panels and whatnot would then, after all the modules are stacked onto a floor, a certain area, then they would start applying all of the panels onto the modules.
Partly I was wondering, and Judy was saying at the beginning that there are two transporting systems up to the top, whether you could actually adapt one of them to carry all your materials up. I mean, in this location, you're going to want very controlled technology, and it's going to want to be lightweight, isn't it? I would think. I mean, yes, you could go into remarkable on-site stone, but I think that's something else. I think that there's something about the digging of the stone and the chiseling of the stone and the precision of the stone and its awkward relationship to the absolute precision of this prefabricated system, which looks as though it's all, tell me, it's all metal and glass, I think.
Sorry, say that last part again.
It looks as though if you take it, the hosting element is exposed stone, obviously. You're going to have lodging points into that have got to, are going to be laser positioned to be 100% accurate. I suppose accurate has to be 100%. And then in comes this lightweight steel assembly, step by step, component by component. That would be my guess from looking at this section. And I think what I'm indicating is, and I'm agreeing, you know, this is a really interesting proposition. I think we always try to push you a little further. I think we'd love to see what your thoughts are on the process of fabrication.
I mean, I definitely wish I thought about it, went more in depth into that process, because I did kind of leave it at, oh, this is how things would be delivered into the site, and then everything would just be slapped on after that, and who cares how it gets put together. And I think there's definitely a lot to go with that to see how the logistics start to play out. It is, I mean, yeah, it right now it is still just sort of things that stack on top of each other, and then things that are applied onto the fixed frames. And that's sort of where I left it.
Mm-hmm. So one other thing, Matthew, that I think you would have been really interesting to see if you had done some research on is abandoned quarries.
Oh, he did.
Well, I'm glad he did.
Yeah. So I sort of started to begin to look backwards, and so looking at not only the quarry itself, like right as soon as it was cut out, but also what that could start to look like years and years and years later. So seeing sort of what does a quarry look like, and how is this both following the logistical process of a quarry, but also how is it different? Like how is it also not just, oh, this is a quarry that I'm putting my building into, because I wanted it to make it this precise sort of mysterious cut into the rock. So I looked a lot into quarrying, and that's how that sort of undulation, the sort of back and forth that you can see sort of floor plans. That's where that originates from, is seriously just from looking at the quarrying process and seeing, oh, okay, so there's this discrepancy in the how far things come forward back, just because of that's just how the process is, and I found that very beautiful. So I wanted to.
It is, you know what, your sanctuary or your chapel or whatever you want to call it was extremely beautiful too. But I'm curious though, is it porous enough that it drains, or does it, like Nicole asked, does it turn into a little lake?
It'll be a lake. Yeah, over time, I think it'd be like, you know, so given the quality of the rock, you're starting to extend to both sides. It seems that it wouldn't, I'm not sure it needs to bear on the ground at all, right? I think we could anchor it just to be a little more radical. Like, what does it mean to be in a quarry? And I think you could probably anchor into the side of this because it's so strong, right? And so maybe it hangs. It's sort of really, you're already extending across, although I don't know if I need it. It looks like maybe I could just bear down gravity wise, but you have these extensions that are sort of, they're really interesting, a little maybe diagrammatic, but they have the potential to hold on to anchor into the sides. themselves more directly. It may never need to touch the ground. Maybe that's how you resolve dealing with water, like the water that may build up over time. Maybe the elevator needs to anchor to the side. You know, maybe none of it needs to actually move to the bottom. And so snow accumulates and it slowly fills up and then evaporates and then comes back again. For me, this is, this may not mean anything to you, but it could be interesting to think about. For me, it's a sort of a very Cooper Union project where it's sort of very, I mean this in the best way. It's very poetic, but it has sort of a technical exploration, sort of a material exploration that is equally fascinating. And so I'm interested with how you're balancing both, and giving your dual degree sort of both ways of knowing your project, and how the deep pursuit into sort of art and science, generally speaking, might produce an architecture. And I'd continue to work in that way. But I agree with some of Simon's comments. I think given that you've made a quarry and you're sited within it, and this is not a soft rock, then what does that mean structurally? And really push your background in that way and allow it to do something that we wouldn't typically see on flat ground.
Yeah, I think what is it that you could do here that you can't do anywhere else?
That's a good question. All right, we need to move on. Joseph?
Well, one last quick thing. I still think it's brilliant and beautiful and thoughtful, and I really appreciate your, personally, I really appreciate your investigation. Thank you, Matthew.
So much. I cannot express how embarrassed and sorry I am for earlier, but thank you again for still, after all that, taking the time to really go into a really helpful and thoughtful and serious review. And I really appreciate that from the three of you. Thank you.
Okay, Joseph. Actually, this might work out really well since, I know your project. Hopefully I will be back right at the time you start to take comments, okay? So I apologize profoundly for not being here for your full review, but I will be back as soon as possible, okay?
You could have just disappeared. We wouldn't have known, Judy.
I've been told that before.
Oh man, no. Okay.
I'll be back in a minute.
All right, so I'll just go ahead and start. Are y'all able to see that? All right. So to begin, I'll start with kind of my concept statement, which is the way that I analyzed sort of the idea and thought behind the Anthropocene was that it's about the connection between the human built environment and how it impacts the natural landscape that it occupies. So I sought to explore that through formal expressions that I wanted to use to develop a really deep connection between my structure and then the nature surrounding it. And I did that via a network of oculi and sheltered courtyards, which I wanted to serve as an intermission between the built structure of my facility and then to the exterior on the outside, which is the Italian Alps stretching in front of it. So to start, I guess I should start with my site plan. So the site that we were given is the Gwawand Peak, which is where the hotel is. I chose a different location just slightly to the southeast of it, which is a glacial lake called Lago di Finale. I chose this site because glacial lakes are, well, I've always been really, they're just very fascinating to look at because they kind of create an almost otherworldly landscape because they're always colored very vibrantly in contrast to the very earth tones of the mountains, the greens, grays, browns, and whites. And apparently I did more research into them because I really wanted my site to be there. And with the topic of this research facility, it actually serves a big functional purpose, as lakes like these are incredibly sterile because they're isolated from the rest of the environment. So they only receive water from rainfall and then the glacial, like the glaciation. So they actually serve the purpose of, you can, like, if you are to analyze the water, you get a really good idea of both the local glacial conditions as well as the world environment and climate as a whole, as any small change in atmospheric condition will present in the water as like different sediments or pollutants that are really easy to detect because the water is naturally so clear. So to start with my process, these are some of my really early RT models and diagrams, with models on the right exploring more of the kind of division of space. I really wanted to have the more like the residential and recreation area divided from the more professional work environment. So that's kind of what I was exploring with these models, trying to separate them in different ways and kind of see what kind of different volumes I could do. And then moving forward with the diagrams on the left, those focus more on organizing space on the interior, where I set 3 oculi that kind of became the driving force of my project that I'll get into later, that organize the interior spaces around them, and then kind of they all kind of relate in different ways to one another that kind of directs how the procession fills throughout the space. And this is just like a quick precedence for what kind of I looked to when I was designing this project, with Luke Hahn's SOC Institute being a really big thing that I looked at, just because of I was really inspired by the way that this project kind of frames the natural surrounding, and it's kind of in a similar, it's not a similar location, but a similar idea of where it's set upon a hill overlooking water. And it's like that's like all of the axiality and focuses on that moment. And that's something I wanted to focus on. And then I also had 2 Tadeo Ando buildings that I looked to, the New He Art Museum in China on the bottom left, which kind of served as, I wanted to make the oculi that I had as important as possible. So I tried to include circulation in them, and this was a building that did that. So I included that. And then the chapel on the water, just because I had my project sitting against the water. And all of that sort of comes together into this first shot, which shows the exterior of the building resting against the water. And then I'll get more into the fine details of it. So here's the first plan, which is if you're coming from the top of the the northern side of the project is where the pathway is that connects the project to the village down below and then up to the mountain peak above. And you would walk through, and then in the middle is this large courtyard space. And then you basically have a decision point where you can either turn to the west, which is the residential recreation area, and it's all consolidated in that volume. And then to the east, which is where the academic and professional setting is, with here is offices on this floor. And on the left, it's like you have kitchen, bedrooms, living room, gym, sauna, bathrooms. And then this is the floor below. So you go down from that floor into this floor. Again, you have on the western volume is where, again, more living spaces and things necessary to that conference room, computer room, more bathrooms, bedrooms. And then on the westernmost point of the project is where I included my chapel, which is the third oculus point. The other one is the one in the bottom by the water, which is a thermal bath that extends over the water. And then on the right is where the ice core storage facility is, and that's where the third oculus punctures the structure. And to kind of build off the idea of thermal baths, I'm sure you've all heard of, all seen the Vols project, which is something that I've always really loved, and I wanted to see how I could incorporate that because it's a similar climate, similar region, and my project focuses a lot on being on the water. So I did reading about it and research, and I started to include, I haven't developed it completely, but a geothermal heating system, which you can kind of see in the plan. There's one closer to this oculus and then another by the ice core storage facility. And it's a series of water pumps and cores that go down into the earth to serve as heating. to kind of go with to add to the thermal mass of the project and to be more efficient. Here is the transverse section, which I just wanted to kind of show the more experiential parts of this project with the thermal bath against the water, and then just the interiors. And then the longitudinal section showing both of the volumes, the chapel and more circulation. And again, just kind of showing experience, light, and circulation. Here's more into the structural details. On the left is a 3D wall section going through one of the major dividing walls of the project. And you can kind of get an idea of the construction system I used. I used a combination of both poured on-site concrete and then two different systems of different concrete prefab units, with hollow core slabs taking up the upper two slabs, which are this overhanging one here and then the roof over the rooms below, because they're carrying the least amount of loads. So I wanted something really lightweight to make it more efficient to transport to the site. And then below, because I needed something a little sturdier, I have waffle slabs, and then below just concrete slab resting against the site. Now moving forward into the renders, I really wanted to focus on atmosphere and the experience of nature in my renders. So this is my first interlude drawing, which just shows the steam rising from the thermal bath below through the oculus that kind of frames the view of the lake in front of it. And then this is a shot of the chapel with snow falling through it. Again, I wanted to have these openings in some of the more significant spaces, so there was a lot of just interaction with the environment surrounding it, which in this case it has the ability of snow to fall into it, which in this climate would happen a lot. And I included slits in any areas that were open to the sky above, so that there's the ability to at least shovel snow out of it, so it wouldn't just completely overfill with snow, because it can snow up to 30 feet in a period of weeks in this region. This is the oculus in the lab facility, and just the floor above that kind of looks down. This looks down into the ice core storage facility, which I believe is the next render. So this is where the ice core is taken from the nearby glacier. I think it's Hochfjellner, which I was really interested in kind of displaying these ice cores just because they kind of fit with the emphasis of nature, and then the oculi having light coming down into it and refracting off the ice, and just kind of showing the atmosphere that scene would create, and that even the storage facility has some type of architectural quality. This is one of the living spaces, which is just where there's a skylight that leads down into another circulation space that is again taken from an oculi, just really give more emphasis to how they're significant in both circulation and a spatial quality. And this is that same space from above with a view looking out, again, another frame view looking out to the mountains, and then you can sort of see down to the circulation space below. And then this is one of the courtyards that kind of serves as a buffer between all the different programs. So the idea behind these was to really force intermission between walking through the built environment to have to walk out into the exterior condition, so that constantly you're kind of forced to take into account where you are, the nature of the surroundings, which I feel like really fits with the idea of the Anthropocene, of constantly being reminded of how the built landscape and the natural landscape outside of it impact one another and how you experience them simultaneously. And then this is a shot of just the thermal bath and what it looks like, and then the circulation wrapping around it. And then this is the final shot just of the main staircase courtyard area that goes down the middle that divides the residential space on the right from the laboratory space on the left. And I have one last thing. It's not in this presentation, but I have a short animation that I made that I can pull up here. And with this animation, I just kind of wanted to show the two most important qualities that I felt were shown in this oculus, which is the passage of light throughout the day and how that impacts the experience, and then the idea of like the thermal bath creating steam and like the atmosphere that sort of creates. And it's really simple. This took a lot more time than it looks because I had never used any of the programs required to create it, but it was the first time to create something like this, and I actually really enjoyed it. And I believe this is the last part of my presentation.
Are you going to put your...
Yeah, sorry. There it is.
I think your animation needed sound, so we would...
Yep, I was just thinking about that. I actually had sat in on your guys' reviews where a lot of the people had sound for them, and that was a quality that I definitely would have liked to explore.
Who would like to begin?
I have a question. So I really appreciated how you talked about these glacial lakes and their quality and the sort of the importance of being able to use them as a benchmark or a datum from which to understand and measure the environment more broadly.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find it to be inconsistent to build on the lake?
That was something that I did consider, and the way I tried to work around that is I really wanted the quality of being on the water, but I did have, you can kind of see it in this section. Let me go to it. Sorry, it takes a while to scroll through it. The piles that drive down to the middle of the project that kind of anchor it to the site, I kind of wanted to have it elevated above the water to kind of reduce the impact into that area. And then these parts that go over the water would be precast concrete, so hopefully avoid having to pour in and cause like as little interruption. But there would be, again, with a lot of these projects, it's such a fragile and like a pure landscape that it kind of, no matter what, was going to have a pretty serious impact on where it was located.
Well, I'm gonna beg to differ on this one, because you made a point of enlightening us about this lake, and building this is a destructive act. I mean, it is going to have significant impact, irreparable damage, just something that you have just described as a barometer, this sort of pristine thing that actually is like no other water. And there aren't a lot of these, like in comparison to the ocean or rivers. These are pretty minimal in terms of amounts of water, as far as I know. Maybe I don't know. But so I think you had a choice. And so we don't have to talk about this at length. I don't want it to monopolize the review. But there's actually nothing that told you that you had to site it here and try to do less damage. You could just not site it here. And the image that you showed of looking at the lakes from a higher ground actually was incredibly compelling. And that's one of the things about these lakes is actually they're blue, really blue when you're looking not across them, but sort of slightly down on them. So we can leave it at that, but you did have a lot of latitude with the range, the mountain range where you wanted to situate yourself. And so it's a question to think about when you're working with sites in the future. Do I need to be on the top of the hill, or am I actually changing the nature of that hill for not just me, but everyone else who looks at it? And am I better suited to be on the side? Like, what is the role of architecture in relationship to site? So just something to think about in the future.
And I'm totally glad you brought that up, because that's a really good point, and it wasn't something that I considered. And I agree that there is a sort of effect that looking at these from above has in comparison to across.
And are these actually the lakes that you're engaging?
So this is a photograph of lakes just about 5 kilometers away from the site.
Because they already have a road. So if you were to engage one of these lakes, you'd want, I would argue, to be situated close to the area that has already had impact, right? But yours are not connected by a road. So anyway, just something to think about. That makes me nervous. This other section makes me nervous. But we can move beyond that talking about this.
I think when you are responsible for choosing a site, though, you need to think about the impact. You know, it's just a very simple thing. I mean, that's why we do environmental impact reports and that type of stuff. And I do think both these projects have been fairly heavy-handed on what might be considered sensitive sites, and it's just something to think about. There's also, like, the last one was sort of a Matt's was kind of an art piece to me. This almost seems like cinematographic. I feel like this is in a Bond movie or something. And at the end of your presentation, the speedboat was going to go off, and then he would go off in a helicopter somehow or something. And I think that there is something. I mean, so much of what you've done is very skillful, and I think it's very well done and beautiful in a way. But it seems more like a resort, maybe, and I'm not sure if there's appropriate architecture or not for a station. But you've concentrated a lot on doing a lot of things, none of which seem to inform the scientific investigation or the actual mission of the organization that hired you to do it, right? And again, I'm not trying to be hypercritical here, because I think, you know, it is university level stuff still, and you're supposed to fantasize, I think. But it does seem rather, I'm trying to figure out what I was going to say. No, I won't say it. I mean, it's kind of voyeuristic a little bit, or exhibitionist maybe, you know. I don't really feel like it has that, and I don't know why I feel like more of an introverted, scholastic kind of quality might be more appropriate or something. Maybe that's just my own bias, but I don't, you know, I feel like, you know, it's too, I don't know. Again, it's feel like it's part of a movie set, and that you haven't really looked at the, I don't know, I've seen this a lot at school, and I'm not sure if I'm just getting old or something, but what's it really mean to be here, and what is it really about, and how does it function, and all of those things.
Appropriateness is absolutely key. And I'm going to be more heavy-handed. I'm going to dig a hole and put you in it, Joseph, and I want to see you crawl your way out of it. Here's my story. 4 members of faculty wrote a brief, and the brief is about a highly technical building that is addressing a critical world issue. And you came along and said, to hell with the brief. I'm really interested in the work of Ando and Zumfa, and I want to produce a thermal bath or a gallery in the Alps or a boutique resort. I hope I'm getting rude enough by now. That I'm really not fundamentally interested in the fact that this is about an appropriateness with regard to context and an appropriateness with regard to the mission. And I think that, I know architecture is a mission. So I'm trying to be blunt, because there's much to admire about you and your skill, but you need to argue your way through this. in that there is an element that you to a large extent ignored what was the central purpose to do something that you loved. Are you going to dig your way out of?
I hope so. So I guess with my response to that is I focused a lot more on this project experientially for sure, and how it would be to be the people living within this space and to kind of how I wanted to frame the natural surrounding. And I guess like these renders are probably the best description of why I made the decisions that I did, because even though they may not be the most efficient, which again is a great argument that I wish I would have looked into more fully, it's just I focus more on the formal qualities of really having these framed views of the surroundings that were still like kind of diminished, where you didn't get a full idea of where you were, but you just got glimpses of it every now and then.
Okay, so why?
Because I think that spoke to the idea of the Anthropocene the most, and that's what I wanted to focus on, the abstraction between the built and the natural.
With respect to coming back to I, you keep saying, I wanted to. You're not talking about, if you, for example, with me, constructed an argument to say, I care about the lives of these people who are locked up here for 6 months without being able to experience, I don't know, a taco, and it's tough, and therefore I'm going to give them something that they would never expect. But you don't. You're talking all the time about an architectural-esque mannerist experience. And it's not that a mannerist building, and I'm thinking, for example, there's several buildings that you could name that have a relationship to this, but they're certainly not research labs.
Well, but the SOC, you looked at the SOC, right?
Yeah, the SOC was one of my major influences.
So Joseph, I'm gonna try to help you out. So the SOC.
But should you?
I'm going to, because I can see that you have a passion for architecture and what you're doing, and you are trying to access ways to create and study atmosphere, including the film. That clearly wasn't a requirement of, well, I don't think it was a requirement of the studio. So I think, we could argue that maybe that was a misdirection of attention given the nature of the studio, but I see it as a passion. And I just want to say, okay, the SOC actually has sort of a lot of spaces that are meant for sort of functional aspects, but it also has a relationship to the landscape that's absolutely profound, right? There are some glorious moments within that project. And that space in between sort of embodies the scale of the expanse. And it's sort of mental, it's physical, it's sort of all of those things. Okay. There you go. What I see, and I think what people are reacting to, is that you're sort of painting your project with either sort of spa club experience, or right, you're painting it really uniformly, like all things are getting sort of gracious amount of space and sort of a hyper quality of materiality and this dynamic light, when really there are probably a few key moments that you'd want to focus on. And then because of this climate, I would argue you want to be sort of compact with other things. Like you can say, okay, these things are for a different type of focus. It's less about the grandeur of the landscape and this sort of cinematic response where architecture and the landscapes frame each other and we have beautiful light and beautiful qualities, but there's sort of internal focus and work, and we need to sort of be economical, not necessarily cheap, but sort of economical in certain areas to have this explosion in other areas. It actually, I think, makes the building better.
Yeah.
But when I look at your project and how it's presented, right now, that kind of interest in the phenomenal is really sort of painted consistently across. When you look at Salk, there are beautiful small moments too, but in a way there's an economy to parts of it and then sort of a strong expression with others, you know. Mm-hmm. That might be a lesson. So when you're working on a project, you might say, where do I want to turn up the volume and where do I actually want it to be a little more mundane? Mm-hmm. And focus on other types of functional needs, not just expression the whole time.
So Matthew, can I just continue doing, not Matthew, Joseph, can I just continue a little bit to what I think that your sanctuary to me is extremely compelling. And I think it could be very appropriate to have some spiritual space like that. Have you ever seen the MIT chapel, by the way? It's
yes, that was another thing I used as a precedent.
It maybe is as beautiful, and then with the snow, etc. And I'm not really opposed to having a kick-ass hot tub. I mean, you know, that's fine with me. I mean, but this image you have right now, I feel like I'm in Mexico with a big plaza, the big division of the things into two campuses, walking back and forth. I'm not sure that it's climate appropriate. And then like when you walk down that stair toward that fireplace in your ski lodge kind of environment, you know, the Four Seasons, wherever it is, I think that's as big perhaps as the whole. Did you ever do the square footages on this?
Yes, it was larger than what the recommended was by, I think it was around 12,000 square feet total.
Yeah, okay, so it's twice as big almost, but, or whatever, I don't know what Judy gave you. We all had different square footages. So, and I'm not saying that I really care that much about, you know, the specific square footage at this point or that kind of thing. But I think Nicole's spot on. There's a place where you can do what you want to do, but then everything became that. Mm-hmm. And I mean, you've got a ton of talent, man, and a ton of skill. And I think that knowing when you should be concentrating on what in the heck, I mean, those labs could be more fun to do than any of this Four Seasons shit, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, they could be really fun. Doing really, really intimate, technical type spaces. I mean, how to, you know, it's fun. I mean, architecture is a great experience with a wide variety of things. So I just feel like you're spending way too much effort and time and potential. I don't know what this costs per square foot. I'm going to say at least 1,200 a foot. You know, I mean, not that that matters either, really. Don't get me wrong, but I just would like to see you figure out what it is intrinsically in a program that appeals to your creative intention, and not so much on, well, you know, I'm going to contradict myself here, but precedents, you know, and the precedents are the even appropriate, right? I mean, Salk, you could do, you didn't look at the labs, it doesn't appear. I don't know, maybe you did. I'm not trying to be too smart ass here. I apologize, sort of, but you got this vast plaza and all of that's beautiful. But the scientists there say that the key to that project is how great the labs are, not how cool the hot tub is.
But I wouldn't have raised this issue, Joseph, if you couldn't handle it. And I'm simply indicating you're at a danger point. And the danger point is this, and with all respect to Salk, it's of a different age, and it's built out of completely inappropriate materials if we're looking at this from a global perspective. And also it was built to be an advertising point. This is a research lab. And if you talked about the lifestyle of the people here, and then you've taken us into how they engage in the research and what they do. Now, you could have also said, my interpretation is, it's a wonderful venue for people to come to be educated about global crisis. But we're in a very serious crisis point where we're using very different materials. And it's not about you being accomplished, which you truly are. It's about the next project that you work on. I think you need to think very carefully about what it is that you're trying to accomplish in terms of that project, not in terms of yourself. Mm-hmm. It's almost and I'm not trying to be facetious, but someone came along to my practice and said, Simon, we want you to design a school. And I said, well, actually, I'm just going to do a hotel.
That's a very fair point.
Thank you.
All right, I think we need to move on. We've got one left.
Thank you. Thank you a lot.
Take care.
Hi. Get started. Okay. Everyone see that okay? Cool. Okay, so hi, my name is Curtis. So today I'll walk you through my project, the Ottsel Alps Research Center. So the studio began with some precedent analysis, and the reason I'm going to show it is because it is closely tied to how my project progressed. So we have a building called, in English, the Better Days House. So we did a lot of analytical work for the project, and essentially what I extracted was these 3 systems that were happening in the project. So we modeled the entire project, and this first system division is this heavy concrete base that the building sits on, and that really grounds it in its site. The second is this core division, which it has the main components of this project. So it has the restroom, the bathroom, the kitchen, literally all in this small core. And of course, the main structural elements. And that ends with this emerging idea of suspension. So you can imagine anything essentially that's coming off of this beam is in suspension. So those are basically the 3 extractions that I made that helped me to really create my concept. Which is this idea of, so this is the same project, this idea of being in the ground, kind of sitting on the ground, acting like a core, and actually being suspended from that core. Here's just some finished models. My group actually decided to continue this idea of suspension, so we created a staircase that was being suspended from this structure. You can see it again here. And on the very top of the roof, again, you're in suspension and you're actually at a viewing platform. That was a quick review of the precedent. So I started to make some study models for the semester. So I was trying to think about extrapolating those 3 ideas with kind of a more rugged terrain, more of a rugged site. So again, you can kind of see this idea of in the ground, sitting on the ground, kind of that in-between space, and then actually getting to a moment above the ground. So that was a very strong study model for me. I think I also liked this study model particularly because I felt that the faceted design has a lot of potential, especially in a terrain that's pretty unpredictable, that's quite rocky and dramatic that we were working in. So I wanted to, essentially moving forward, try to create a way of combining these 2 ideas with more specifically to the site. So our project is located here at the top of a peak. I did decide to interact with some of the peak elements and position my building basically right on top of the existing hotel, pretending like it never existed, of course. And really just thinking about what's here. So you have a gondola arriving, you have a ski lift departing, you have a glacier, which is what the building is going to study. So I felt like it was just the perfect spot to position the building. So when it came time to designing the building, I, again, just really thinking about how are these elements going to inform my project? The contours draw you up this way. Sorry, the arrival space from the back tells you something. So you have both public and private, the scientists and the public using the gondola, and you essentially just have the public using this recreational ski lift. So I decided to kind of create the form as if I was extending the arrival and recreational ski lifts. So you can kind of see those lines here. And that ended up dividing the project into 3 parts. You can kind of see this again being tied back into my original idea, which was those 3 areas, those 3 sections, and starting to think about how those plates might even fold at this level too. So this is a study model. You can kind of see this form starting to emerge because of what's happening on the site. And yeah, so programming, just really thinking about how are these ski lifts really going to affect the program, and can they? Which the answer is, of course, yes. So this is a ski lift. This is about recreation. Why not let this recreational element point you toward the part of the building that is for recreation? That seemed to make sense to me. And then the gondola, of course, is kind of this division point, the last point before public and private are divided. So you kind of need to put this in a situation where it's in between this very public area and then this very more reserved for scientist area. So you kind of see this idea again, which is essentially you arrive at this gondola, and I wanted the building to kind of inform and just make sense how these 2 types of users might be directed and divided. So yeah, that idea definitely is going to come back in a little bit. But yeah, just still thinking about program in terms of what we were talking about originally with the concept. So the building is sunken in the kind of initial gesture, which is meant to follow the uplift of the mountain, kind of following those contours. So if you remember from the precedent that there are those 3 categories that we talked about. So there's kind of in the ground, this on the ground core, and then this suspended and the final stage of the project. So when it came time to thinking about how that concept might be applied to this building, it just made sense that this in the ground area would serve as the private living, given the protected qualities that being underground kind of presents. Then for this kind of central area, which I viewed as the core, it made sense for it to house the main elements of the project, which include the lab, the offices, basically everything that makes the building function, the core elements. And then this last space, which is about being suspended, houses essentially the communal areas, the gathering spaces, kind of like the final journey. You end the journey on this platform. And again, you can see this idea of the ski lift, which would be here informing what's happening in the actual building. Okay, so that is essentially what has led to my final project, which I sometimes refer to as the OR, which is just the Alps Research Center. So this is a section of the building. So these 2 lines represent the scientists' movement, and then this is the public movement. So kind of looking at it from the back, the scientists arrive in this atrium, and if they go to the left, and I will have a walkthrough of this project, hopefully clear confusion at the end, but you can imagine being in this middle space, which again is the atrium, moving toward the left, arriving in this underground area is the private space. And then kind of the heart of the project is all about the laboratory, the offices, the meeting spaces. I did decide to incorporate a small museum because I know with a project of this kind of vibe, or I guess scale, you kind of can't expect the public to at least become somewhat curious and want to interact in some capacity and see what the workers here are doing. So this is just the building, the site plan. You can see the gondola here. This is the gondola, this is the ski lift, and how the public are is starting to get divided at this point between scientists moving this way into the main space, which is reserved for scientists, and then the public moving this way, which links to this communal area, which is technically just for the scientists, but does have a, like I said, a small museum space here to at least accept and acknowledge that people will be interacting with the building. So this is a section cut in transverse. So this is quite detailed. I was hoping that it would help answer questions about structure, but I tried to include everything that I could think about, and we will get into structure at the end as well. So here are the floor plans, and we can look at these if needed in closer view, but this is the private living space. So the actual rooms are arranged to the exterior to, of course, take advantage of trying to get views outside. And then this is the kind of the living space. There's a kitchen in here, just private living, private gathering for the scientists. This is the next level, which is again part of the project. It's the lab. You know, you have to have access to getting vehicles in and out of the space. It's the first thing you get to when you enter the project. It has a very strong presence in the building. Moving up one level is the office space and meeting area. So that is what you see here. And then this is just a small area here, which allows the public to come in to see what they're doing at this museum, sorry, at this research center via a museum. And then this is the final space. So again, it's just this idea about the scientists being able to gather, come together in an area that's in here, in part, in suspension, projecting them over the glacier and the mountains, which tries to just remind them why the building's here in the first place. So here's some renders. So this is of that atrium space. So we're currently looking from the lab into the atrium, and you can kind of see the entrance would be here. And then this is kind of serves as a garage area, which is why there's a car to the right. This is what it would be like walking and approaching the building from behind. So again, scientists would descend. And the idea was to have two kind of areas marking entry, but have this smaller area actually serve as more of that private entry and have this larger opening be for public. So people kind of know where to go based on what is more open, what has a more of a direct path, and what even has a wider path, versus something that is smaller, requires you to move down and more narrow. Yeah, so this is the final version of the model, a little bit different from the black and white. In the lab space, looking toward the building. And we will, again, have a walkthrough of this. So just to touch on structure, I took a lot of idea from the Domestic Mountain Hut from Zaha. So she has a precast concrete exterior with angle irons connecting to this small, for her, it's a network of steel members that essentially are serving to support the concrete. She does have precast, site cast. In addition to that, kind of, I was really just extracting the layers of how she did it for my building. So I envision this to be composed of steel, essentially, a steel skeleton that can support and allow for this complex design to occur, with precast concrete panels kind of coming off the sides, being placed on the exterior, which is more apparent in this drawing. So that's the precast paneling attached to the steel with angle irons. And there are definitely moments where there's site cast concrete if it is a area of the building that is in compression. So yeah, that is basically the project, but I will quickly take y'all through. Can y'all still see the video right now? The video screen? Cool, awesome. So yeah, I'm gonna just quickly take y'all through a walkthrough of the project. So this is as if you were on the gondola arriving to the project. So you're on the gondola. I was just super curious and interested how I could kind of create this moment of suspense as you're coming over this gondola, over this ridge, and then you're kind of try to use the gondola as a viewing platform to just really see and take in the building from like where I had envisioned the most ideal place to see it. So if you're a scientist, you again descend these stairs, come through this opening, and arrive to this atrium space, which the first thing you see is the lab. You're just reminded what is the most important part of the building, which it's the lab, of course. So turning to the right, you descend if you want to get to the private rooms and private living space, which this is the kitchen area, and a quick walkthrough of one of the private rooms. So this is a bedroom. They have a shared bath. Light comes into the bedrooms through a clerestory and skylight, and the beds are actually above the bathrooms. So the nice thing is that clerestory kind of becomes a window when you're actually on the bed, having this visual outside of the mountains. Okay, so on the other side of the atrium, again, is the lab. I really enjoyed how these plate structures are starting to create and reflect light in different ways, in different times of the day, to come into that lab space, to give the scientists just something different to look at. Kind of the most interesting part of the interior of the project. And then going up the stairs, you arrive to this museum space. So again, if you're public, you would come from that gondola, coming in through around here to kind of get to this exhibition, just to show the public some of the stuff that the place is working on, to help ease their curiosity. This is the kind of the office meeting space, more of a social area because it's kind of close to obviously the outside where the public is. The office space right here, really enjoying that nature of the plates in this area. And then kind of concluding, going up to that social gathering area, I really enjoy how the facets are starting to create these light conditions that inform how you move through the project. And you can see when you look through those facets, kind of hints at what's coming. You see the ski lift, you see people moving, recreating. So of course, as you're coming up, you know that this space is going to be for recreation. So that's essentially what this space is. It's the recreational area, which precedes the actual conclusion of the journey, which is on this patio with a view of the glacier. It's okay to have fun, but you have to remember why the building's here, which is to study the glacier and the rocks. So I will move over to concept board. Yeah, that's essentially it. Thank you.
Thank you. This, to state the obvious, is a highly accomplished project, and Curtis, I congratulate you not only on the project, but the seriousness that you bring to your inquiry and how you unfolded the inquiry, and then how you unfolded the technology, and then you unfolded the experience right through to the detail of the lab and the view from the bed. So anything that I say is probably a poor quibble in some senses, but then that's why we're here. I do think, with respect to what you've done, this is a really difficult building to construct on this site.
For sure.
And I don't want to take anything away from what you're trying to prove. In fact, the transfer section was one of my favorite pieces, but you look at this, let's just beam into that. How on earth you begin to get the type of spider cranes that are going to be needed to maneuver this into place, and the hybriding between the in situ fabrication and the prefabrication. And not always do you have an extreme climate here, but you're asking a great deal. So I warn you that it's a very difficult thing even for me to talk about, because very rarely do people like me say openly, well, I don't know, but my guess is you've raised a lot of difficulties. If you were, and I'll counter this in a way, and I'm going to say something that which I enjoy doing, which I'm not meant to say, but I've been looking at some advanced studio project less accomplished than this. I think this is a really accomplished, very thoughtful project in so many different ways. So the answer to myself is I don't know, but I tried when you were speaking to say, okay, how on earth I would get the solid bed down first, which would be difficult because the amount of materials I'd have to get up there, and how I'd actually do the batching and so on. And then the fact that you've got some pretty heavy pieces to this. So that's the main theme that I think you should look at. But then I back into it the other way and I say, I have to say this is design 5 and it's in some ways unbelievable. I actually love the sinuous nature of the project. There's something really elegant as well as original about it. But I'm going to come up with a really nasty one, which is, and I love the fact that we're focused on the man. For a good half the year, the snow load is going to come off that panel of the building, crash down and block your entry into the building. And I hesitated to say it, and then I thought, no, you're going to love me saying it. Maybe the scientists just have to dig out each day. But I mean, you can imagine that it will only be an hour or so into the day, and that will the whole panel will slide, which could be quite wonderful. Sure. That's what will happen.
Yeah. I think on that note, actually, my intention was, so this panel was supposed to prevent snow from blocking it, but I do agree, this one would still allow for that. I think if I could have developed it even more, I was wanting a snow collection system to actually channel that snow for water production. That never happened, but that was my idea for taking this.
Well said.
So I think there is a lot of accomplishment. You can stay on that image for a moment. So
sure.
When one of the things that's interesting about the Zaha reference is that it's very, in the end result, you have a sense of what is touched and what is not in terms of the site. And the way that the site engages the building is very clear that there's the building, there's the site, and they're sort of embedded. There's a relationship between them. And there are a lot of things that you're beginning to touch that I think sort of neutralize your project. And so these pretty large expanses of paths, I don't remember how many scientists, but it's 8 or 10 or I don't know how many.
Yeah, I believe around 10.
So why would I do that? Like, why would I actually set up an entry at that scale, especially when I'm inviting the public to be there? Why would I want to make it look like everyone should go that way? And so,
which entry, just to be clear, is it this one or this one?
I think you have the scientists go down, right?
Correct. Okay, that's it. Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty darn wide. So
it is.
So I feel like you're neutralizing your project with a number of these moves. Like, why would I want that to be that size when I don't want to invite the public? And when I have, I don't know, 8 scientists, 10 scientists, I don't know, half dozen, a dozen? It's just not a lot of people. Definitely. And so there are so many reasons why I don't want that to be this expanse of neutralized terrain, you know, like that I'm covering it with I don't know what, which doesn't really make sense in this environment. I think it needs to be, you know, steps carved into the mountain. I mean, that could be really interesting because then I'm allowing it to be, or it's something that levitates on top of snow, like a metal grate, and then you know you're hopefully lifted. I'm not sure, but
yeah.
I think about all, then I'm beginning to have a relationship between this building, the what you described as building, and the landscape without a mediated condition that I think is really neutralizing your project. There's another moment, like the car, like why is there a car? You told us how we get there. What's the car doing there? What is that thing?
It's supposed to represent, because unfortunately we have limited access to, I guess, like us. I couldn't find a good snow.
Snowmobile, I get that.
The
but
snowmobile made sense. I'm not really sure. I think initially I had this idea that there was going to be a garage. There's even one in
like the lab. There's like a car in the
right, exactly. Yeah, I would just say there's just confusion about the vehicles that will be used.
But if you go back to that rendering that we were just looking at.
One of these or the one up there?
The one we looked at initially. Okay. What makes the folding piece so powerful is actually the gap of the landscape between it. And you're touching it by placing a car. And it's a distraction in a way that is, again, not about the extreme landscape and the extreme building touching, right? So my comment would be there's a lot of accomplishment, but be careful of the distractions. Stay more carefully aligned with, I would argue, the program that's given. What are the things that should be small, intentionally small for pragmatic and even like wayfinding reasons, like what experiential reasons, what things need to be tight and small, and then what things can be more exuberant, which is fine. It's a little different than the discussion about the cinematic project, is I think these shapes all can exist, but then also for me, I think your square footage might be extreme, the volumes may be extreme, but again, I can see this form within this landscape. I actually can understand how the snow could shed, especially if we begin to tune it so it's not blocking the entry immediately. All those things I think are interesting, but I really want to put the landscape and the building much more closely together, abutted together. So as a design process, be careful of completing things or feeling that you need to touch things so everywhere, if that makes sense. Can you take us to your section, the one that had all the stuff in it? I'm pretty fascinated by this drawing, partly because you're beginning to think about the occupation of these spaces, but also the sort of technical makeup of them. And it's very intriguing to me. I know that this sort of comes out of that group, a Japanese kind of style. I don't remember the name of those guys, but I'm intrigued with the amount of knowledge that you're presenting here and the passion for studying it. And one of the things that I like with the project is you worked very clearly through a set of models and ideas in pursuit of a project, in pursuit of a building. So through a series of forms in pursuit of a building. And I really feel that in the end, you have a strong understanding of the building that you've pursued. And so those forms didn't remain pieces of board. I think you really wanted to know about them architecturally, building wise. And I think this is a really interesting drawing where you're trying to think about all the pieces and parts that make up those initially rather expressive moves.
Definitely. I think this is probably my favorite drawing that I created. So yeah.
No. This is Mike. I have a couple quick comments. I think you've gotten some really, really great feedback on this. To go back to the constructability issues, I think maybe it's a better way to conceive of this is that it's all fairly lightweight steel. It'd be like steel superstructure with backup, probably metal stud backup walls and fiber carbon panels, that type of stuff, and just stay away from concrete entirely. I mean, very little, except for where you have to touch the ground or do piers, because, if you could fly up easily your panels, but bringing in big precast concrete pieces and stuff, I think is probably the wrong approach. But it's still the right approach in that it's structure and panelized. And so same with bar joist, you could bring bar joist in fairly easily, and they do bring in I-beams. We've seen it, right? Did you see the video on Zaha Hadid's museum, the way it was built?
Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
so
Yeah.
I mean, that is about as heavy-handed as you can get. They brought concrete trucks up there and everything, right? So the other thing, real quickly, I think that, I mean, again, I don't want to be constantly the naysayer and stuff, but if this is the height of this and we're in the mountains, I mean, that's a hell of a lot of volume to condition, right? And I don't know if this is a ceiling here, but even that's a heck of a lot to, you know what I mean? It's like you've created these vast, beautiful spaces, but I mean, the heat's going to go like this. And I mean, this is going to have to be about 120 degrees to keep this 72, right? I mean, I just don't think you've thought some of that environmental stuff through, maybe, which is fine. Don't get me wrong. I think I'm really proud of you. I'm really impressed. I think it's great. The idea of putting it the ski lift, I thought at first you were going to say, so we're going to pay for this whole research by having a big, beautiful restaurant up here. And then we're going to have a little wing where we have some labs and some scientists. And that's what it's really about. It's a way to pay for it all or something like that. But I still might like that idea. So the other thing where I feel, and is Judy back yet?
Oh yeah, I've been here for a while.
Okay.
They didn't even notice I was back, much less that I was gone.
Well, we were always listening to your students and their work so closely, Judy. So I think that one of the things that, well, I'll bring it up. Usually I don't like to talk about the pedagogy of the studio and put down the professors. So this is not about Judy, it's about me. I didn't really impress upon people the idea of this as an analog. And that's what I'm finding sort of frustrating, that I wanted the projects themselves to be studies of how we're looking at a new architecture that is about how we're going to mitigate and adopt to, and how we're going to retreat from and accommodate, and we're going to do all those things that we need to do for resiliency in the latter Anthropocene. I think what we've done rather is stick with our notion of looking back at precedents, and in a lot of the cases in the studios I've seen in the work I looked up online, it's very much about precedents for aesthetics, which I'm not totally opposed to, since I'm an empty-headed formalist myself sometimes, but I'm not seeing that I accomplished that goal of helping you guys figure out how you're going to deal with the mess that Simon and I gave you.
I just wanted to finish off by two completely different points. The first is the one you raised, Mike, with regard to the thermal capacity within the volume. You could consider the center being a thermal chimney, and I think you would have it. So you could have a ground source heat bed, and you would recirculate through that as a thermal chimney. And I think it could work very well with the air currents moving down the outer slopes of this quite wonderful section. The other thing I was going to say is that I hope the three of you that presented this afternoon are friends. I think you've got a lot of.
They could start a firm. Is that?
But you know, one of the things that I found and what I got from architecture school was everyone that I worked with was better than me. And I learned so much from my colleagues. And I think we have three really interesting projects that we've looked at this afternoon. I think they're really, I think they challenge us in three very different ways. And you've got something to learn from each of them. It's under normal circumstances, you go off and see why one went down one route and one went down another route. And in the middle one, I was purposefully critical, not because I don't think it's a very interesting project, but because of how sticking to an understanding of what the implication of the brief is and the location is important and needs to be taken very seriously. But in their own right, they're three extremely interesting projects. I think we're about midnight.
I think it's Simon's bedtime.
Just about.
I agree, though.
If you're profiling me, it's my bedtime. However, you don't know about me going off partying at this stage.
You must be beyond Austin, I think.
Beyond Austin, and this is my third big review of the day. I had one at another university going from very early morning, so it's been an interesting day. But this was a really good point, I think, to end on.
Yeah. Thank you, Judy, and thank you, all three of you guys. That was awesome. I think you guys did really, really, really great projects with a lot you can learn from by going back and now analyzing how you got there and where you might be going from now. And I think all the research you've learned how to do, it's time to start doing that on your own projects and self-evaluation as well. And good luck with portfolio review, everybody.
Thank you. We owe Professor McCall a big round of applause.
Oh, why? Because I came when you lost someone else?
Yeah, we lost our external reviewer and he stepped in. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Anytime, Judy, anytime any of you guys
firefighting.
This, I hope I'm not
What's
we're going to applaud the firefighter of the year.
Yeah, thanks.
And Simon, thank you.
Good to see you, Nicole.
See you soon. Bye.
Everybody, please stick around.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
Bye, everyone. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys want to show your faces so I can talk to my studio for the last time this semester?
No.
Should we stop live streaming on YouTube at this point?